From the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sports presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage live on the ECC Network. In today's non-conference matchup, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the East Stroudsburg University Warriors. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. And Andrew, the Dolphins come in having lost 3 out of 4 in conference play to Malloy over the weekend. The last game of that 4-game series was played on Monday. The Dolphins will look to bounce back today in non-conference play against a very tough Warriors team.
Yeah, and this Warriors team, very good. Just looking at their record, 24-4 so far on the season, 8-1 in conference play. Joe, this is going to be a tough matchup for the Dolphins today. We did see some success offensively in that series against Malloy, specifically in Game 1 where they won 11-0 in that game. That was a thriller. A.J. Vigliotti with 6 RBI in that game, and that was just incredible. They led the game on Sunday. They led Game 1 at 3-2. They led 3-2 at one point. Malloy was able to come back, take the last 10 runs of the game to win that and blow that one out. But we have seen some success from the Dolphins' offense and pitching as well, especially earlier in the game.
Well, this past weekend, I missed games for the first time here at the CSI Baseball Complex in 7 years. I missed quite a second game.
You did.
10-inning marathon in Game 2 of that doubleheader. I should say Sunday's doubleheader against Malloy. Saturday was wiped out due to inclement weather. We have inclement weather here today as well. So for now, we are going with one camera. That could change if the rain stops, but weather could also play a role in today's game. Conditions out there, not great.
No, Joe, we're going to see how long this field puts up with today. I mean, we've been seeing this weather. It seems like every day now, Joe, that we get some inclement weather here at the CSI Baseball Complex, and just unfortunate we're looking for some good days, for some nice days to play some baseball at the complex. We had one the other day when you weren't here. We got some close games.
Of course we did.
Yeah, of course. The one day you weren't here, as you said, we got some close games. Ended up losing that second game in extra innings, 8-7.
On a more positive note, this is the McDonald's pregame show. McDonald's, our scoreboard sponsor here at the College of Staten Island, presenting our pregame show each and every broadcast. Now, on a more positive note for this Dolphins team, A.J. Vigliotti is coming off an East Coast Conference Player of the Week selection. You mentioned it. He had a 6 RBI game last week. Huge week for him. Also, Pitcher of the Week, Ryan Kehoe in the East Coast Conference. He had a great outing in that same game against Malloy on Friday. We thought Kehoe might be in line to start today. However, this is a non-conference doubleheader. Very often, other players who don't get a chance to play as much get into the lineup, and that is the case for the Dolphins on the mound today. Frank Retzlaff gets the start.
Yeah, Frank Retzlaff, we haven't seen much of him so far this season, and, he's going to get the start. His ERA is 13.5 on the season so far in just 4 appearances. And this is a good team, as we mentioned, Joe, 24 wins in 28 games. So let's see how he fares on the mound today, and let's see if he can get the Dolphins through this.
And 2 big bats he will have to contend with for the Warriors. Mike Kelly, Jack Rothenhausler, 2 very dangerous hitters hitting well above the 400 mark on the year. They each have an OPS over 1,000 and are slugging at the 500 mark or better. 2 bats Retzlaff will have to contend with today. As a team, the Warriors come in hitting .305, a very formidable team at the plate. Perhaps even more impressive than that, their pitching numbers this year. They've been great on the mound as well.
Yeah, Joe, total ERA 2.85 on the season, and that is just incredible. And their opponents 7.76. So definitely, as you said, very good on the mound. That's a pretty big margin. Once again, you can't do much better at 24-4 on the season.
Ryan DeWeese will get the start for the Warriors in today's game. DeWeese this season has started 3 games. He has appeared in 6 games. He's pitched to an ERA just shy of 4 in 11 1/3. He's allowed 9 hits, 7 runs, 5 of those earned. He has walked 6 and struck out 10. Opposing batters hitting just .243 against him. So there's a brief preview of today's pitching matchup in this game between the College of Staten Island and East Stroudsburg University. As I mentioned, the Dolphins come in having lost their last 3 games. They dropped 3 of 4 against Malloy over the weekend, looking to bounce back in a non-conference matchup with the Warriors here this afternoon. Once again, inclement weather here at the College of Staten Island has forced us into a one-camera operation. That might change later in the game. We will monitor the rain, and as soon as it stops, if it does eventually stop, we'll get you our pitcher-batter camera set up outside on the platform, outside the press box. Starting lineups are being introduced out on the field, and the national anthem will be played momentarily, so we will step aside and take a break. Coming up next, the College of Staten Island takes on East Stroudsburg University. This is NCAA Division II baseball coverage on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC network.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex with coverage of today's NCAA Division II baseball doubleheader. The 24-4 East Stroudsburg University Warriors take on the 8-15 College of Staten Island Dolphins. Starters are being introduced out on the field, so ahead of the national anthem, we will get you the Dolphins starting lineup. We will then get you the Warriors starting lineup as they come to the plate in the top half of the first. Leading off for the Dolphins is the center fielder, number 8, Michael Kehoe. Batting second and playing first base is number 24, Shendi Ulaj. Batting third is the designated hitter, number 20, John Castiglione. In the cleanup spot is the catcher, number 44, A.J. Vigliotti. Batting fifth and playing third base is number 19, Christopher Hayes. Batting sixth and playing right field is number 30, Tyler Martinez. Batting seventh is the shortstop, number 2, Nick Cipoletti. In left field and batting eighth is number 23, Brian Burkhead. And batting ninth and playing second base is number 3, Jake Myers. On the mound for the Dolphins today is number 42, Frank Retzlaff. As we mentioned, Retzlaff is appearing in his 5th game this year. He's pitched to an ERA of 13.5. In 5 1/3 innings, he's allowed 9 hits, 9 runs, 8 of those earned. He's walked 10 and struck out 3. Opposing batters are hitting .375 against him. And with that, we will break one more time ahead of first pitch for the national anthem. We'll be right back with the Dolphins and Warriors.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we are back from the College of Staten Island, just ahead of first pitch in this NCAA Division II baseball matchup between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the East Stroudsburg University Warriors. Once again, this is Joe Foreman alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo. As I mentioned before, just one camera operations today until the rain stops. If the rain does stop, we will get our second camera set up, hopefully between innings at some point during Game 1. As we mentioned, heading into the commercial break, Frank Retzlaff gets the start for the College of Staten Island. For Retzlaff, the start is his first of the season, and he will look to help lead the Dolphins to a victory as they have lost 3 consecutive games going back to this past weekend against Malloy, and then they dropped a 1-run game in the series finale of that 4-game set on Monday. Despite losses in 3 out of 4 games, Andrew, a lot of positives to take away for the Dolphins in that series.
Yeah, Joe, and especially early in the game, they found themselves up early in the game. You know, they won that first game 11-0. Game 2 on Sunday of that series, they found themselves with a 3-2 lead by the 3rd inning. And then in Game 3 in that series as well, they found themselves up 3 runs in the first inning before Malloy even came around to bat. So they're having success early in the game, both batting and pitching as well. They just need to find ways to close these games out and hang on to those leads.
I've been saying it for quite some time now. The Dolphins can certainly hit with just about anybody. The issue for this team has come late in games, in the late innings, when they need to protect the lead. And can they get the final 9 outs? That's typically been where the Dolphins have stumbled so far this season. We are set for first pitch from the CSI Baseball Complex. And the first pitch from Retzlaff is in for a strike. Ben Pirapavel at the plate to lead things off for the Warriors. Big shout out to East Stroudsburg. They have provided us a pronunciation guide. Quite a few names on there.
Sure.
If you hear me pausing, I'm referring to the pronunciation guide to make sure I get it right. As the 1-1 pitch misses down and away for ball 2. Pirapavel comes in hitting at .268 on the season and 82 at-bats. He's ahead in the count here, 2-1. And he looks at ball 3. Retzlaff in 5 1/3 has walked 10 this season. Command has been a problem for him at times. And Pirapavel goes after that 3-1 pitch and fouls it away.
A good battle so far between Pirapavel and Retzlaff to start this game. Full count. Already 6 pitches here from Retzlaff.
Here comes the payoff pitch. That's fouled back. Pirapavel stays alive. The Warriors' leadoff hitter comes in with 3 extra base hits on the season. Pair of doubles and a triple. He's 22 of 26 on stolen base attempts. Not the man you want to put on base to open the game, and that's exactly what Retzlaff does as he issues the leadoff walk.
Yeah, it was outside off the plate and walks the leadoff batter, and as you said, not the man you want to put on, having stolen 22 of 26.
Matt Evelina will be the batter. He comes in hitting .276 in 105 plate appearances. Those 105 at-bats lead the Warriors, and he takes down and away for ball 1. Evelina, another dangerous base stealer, 21 of 23 on stolen bases this year. He also has 5 doubles and a home run as they pick off the runner at first. Pirapavel got caught leaning too far towards second, and he is erased for the game's first out.
And that's a big play for the Dolphins, Joe, as we were just mentioning how dangerous he is on the bases. And just like that, he is picked off over at first for the first out.
Evelina takes a strike, and following this next pitch, we'll get a look at that pickoff. That pitch misses for a ball. Here's another look. Good move there by Retzlaff. Quick over to first base. Throw right on target into the runner. As that breaking ball is in for strike 2. And oftentimes you see pitchers with a quick pickoff move, but if they can't make that pickoff attempt into the runner, it's really moot. As that's in on the hands, lofted into shallow right down the line. That's a base hit. Ervelina takes the turn. He heads for second, and he is in with a one-out double.
And Ervelina really uses the speed as he perfectly places that in shallow right along the third baseline, and he is in at second standing with the speed with one out in the inning.
That's a tough break for Retzlaff and the Dolphins. He got that pitch in on the hands of Ervelina, and that was lofted just inside of the chalk down the right field line. Good job by Sal Caruso with those lines on a rainy day. You can see them as that pitch sails up high for ball 1. At the plate is Cameron Hubbard. Hubbard comes in hitting .325 and 77 at-bats. Runner going for third, and no throw. That's what the Dolphins can't afford. Uncontested stolen bases. Corners creeping in for the Dolphins here. Hayes at third, Ulaj at first. That's blocked nicely by Vigliotti, but that's ball 3.
Yeah, Retzlaff really needs to find the zone here.
3-0 the count on the Warriors center fielder. A walk might not be the worst thing here, but I have a feeling if they put Hubbard on, he'll be running. That gets by Vigliotti into the backstop, and that will bring in the game's first run.
Just unfortunate as that pitch was way away from Vigliotti at the plate, and that sails to the backstop. And that would have been ball 4 to walk the runner. As you said, it wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world for the Dolphins, but instead that sails to the backstop. It's going to bring home the first run of the game for East Stroudsburg.
Well, I said it wouldn't have been the worst thing because it would have set up a double play, but as I mentioned, I have a feeling the Warriors are going to be looking to run very often in this game. Retzlaff did a nice job to contain the leadoff base runner, ultimately picked Pira Pavel off. Now he has another base runner to contend with, and he's picked off another. And they might get him for a balk, and they will. We'll get a look at that once again. See if we can spot it. Very tough to tell from this perspective, but here's a second look. I think it's because he didn't take a step toward first base, but I could be mistaken. I know in the major leagues now, on any pickoff attempt, you have to take a step toward first base. Retzlaff certainly didn't do that there. And as a result, Hubbard is awarded second. Jack Rothenhausler at the plate here. There goes Hubbard, and that's fouled away.
Another dangerous batter, batting .400 on the season so far.
A lot of very dangerous hitters at the top of this Warriors lineup. They've given a lot of players playing time this year, and you see that with a lot of very talented teams. A lot of depth, as Retzlaff will step off and look Hubbard back to second, but a lot of these teams that are already in the mid-20s in victories have a lot of depth, and it's tough to win that many games without that depth, as that's hit in the air, on the infield, in fair territory, and Hayes makes the catch.
Yeah, big second out for the Dolphins there as it's popped up along the left field line, and right there to make the catch for the second out. Over at third is Riley,
It's Hayes over at
Hayes
third.
at third.
Dolphins have a couple of Chris's.
Yeah.
Both Riley and Hayes. It looked like Riley may have been injured at the end of the game on Sunday, game 2. Ball hit over his head in center, went down, and the winning run came home on what went down as an inside-the-park home run. As that base hit will bring the game's second run home. Parker Fry with an RBI single, and that will give the Warriors a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, he wasted no time. He got all of that. He ripped it right into center field for the base hit. An easy way to bring home the second run of the game for East Stroudsburg.
That ball was hit right back where it was pitched. Runner was also going on that pitch, and despite the ball being hit hard, the runner in motion allowed the game's second run to come home. As we get another look at that last hit by Fry. 2 runs and a couple of base hits for the Warriors here in the first inning. And Retzlaff will check on the runner over at first. At the plate for East Stroudsburg is Victor Cruz. Cruz comes in hitting at .329 in 76 at-bats this year. And he looks at a called strike 2.
Great job by Retzlaff here to get the first 2 pitches strikes with 2 outs in the inning, trying to limit the damage here in this first inning.
We figured the Warriors would score runs in this game. It's a tough offense to slow down. The question is, can the Dolphins keep up? And for most of the season, the answer in games like this has been yes. We've seen the Dolphins come from behind more than once. We've seen them score in double figures several times. Certainly can't write CSI off in any game. But the Dolphins have a tough task ahead of them in this one. As that pickoff gets away, it travels into the Warriors' bullpen, and that will move the runner up to second.
Very unfortunate as that just skips by Shendy. A little too much to handle as he had to basically hop over the runner there over at first and then had to run after it all the way into the East Stroudsburg bullpen. That allows the runner to move up to second easily.
Retzlaff is doing the right thing, keeping a close eye on these base runners. The Dolphins obviously have the scouting report. As that breaking ball almost hit the batter, Cruz. That's ball 1, but Dolphins doing a good job keeping tabs on the base runners. Unfortunately, since that first pickoff attempt, it hasn't yielded any results. Here comes the 1-2. That sails up high. Pitch count for Retzlaff getting up there now. He's thrown 26 pitches already. Dolphins will play 2 with the Warriors here today, weather permitting, as that's ripped into left field for a base hit. And that gets by Burkhead. It rolls all the way to the fence. That will bring home the game's third run, and East Stroudsburg now leads 3-0.
Yeah, once again, drilled off the bat, this time into left field from the bat of Cruz. And it gets right by the glove of Burkhead, rolls all the way to the wall. And already, East Stroudsburg off to a quick 3-0 lead here in the first inning.
A weak base hit got things started for the Warriors, but those last 2 were hit very hard. One right back up the middle into center, and that one rolled all the way to the wall out and left. Runner in scoring position, 2 outs, and that's taken for a strike. At the plate, Jeremy Piakevich. He's behind 0-1. Pitch from Retzlaff on its way, and that's down in the dirt. Retzlaff now approaching 30 pitches in the opening inning. One ball and 1 strike the count on the Warriors shortstop. Retzlaff checks second and delivers the 1-1. That's it on the ground to Myers at second. Tough hop, but he knocks it down, and the throw is not in time.
Wow. I thought for sure it was.
I didn't think so, but that's a play Myers needs to make. And it didn't look like there was much of a sense of urgency there. It appeared as if he believed that he had a lot more time than he did. I think he did beat the throw. Now runners on the corners. And you're right, Andrew. It did take a big hop there at the end. But not much urgency shown by Myers there to recover and make the throw. 2 first-inning errors now for the Dolphins, as that will be the third. And things are beginning to unravel early for Frank Retzlaff, due in large part to the attention he's been forced to pay to the base runners.
He's been keeping a close eye to those base runners, especially over at first, and once again mirrors that last pickoff try, throws that right by Shendy over at first, and once again, runner able to advance easily to second.
Well, you have to think that all this attention Retzlaff needs to pay to the runners is having an effect on him out on the mound. You can tell his attention is diverted a bit. Doesn't help that the third out was had out there in the field, and the Dolphins let it get away with that error. 4 runs on 3 hits for the Warriors here in the first inning. Already 3 Dolphin errors. Retzlaff looking to stop the bleeding, and he misses high for ball 3. I've said it more than once already. The Dolphins can score with just about anyone, but they can't afford to give runs away with miscues in the field. Here comes the 3-1. There's a big swing and a miss.
Retzlaff needed that strike there.
At the plate is Tommy Ajan. Count on Ajan is full. And that pitch sails up and away for ball 4. That will bring Mike Kelly to the plate. And this might be all for Retzlaff. We'll see. There's no action in the Dolphins' bullpen. But I believe that's Mike Morrow who's going out there to have a word with his starter. Now, it looks like they are sending somebody down to that left field bullpen. So Retzlaff will stay in. And if he can get this third out and give the Dolphins a chance in the first inning, CSI could very easily find themselves back in this game with a couple of runs, but they need to get out of this, and they certainly should have been out of it already. And Retzlaff will have to contend with one of the most dangerous bats on this Warriors team. Kelly is the team's leading hitter at .419. He's had just 62 at-bats. He's driven in 16 runs and is slugging at .500. He has an OPS well over 1,000. And he looks at the first pitch he sees for a called strike. Here comes the 0-1. That sails up and away. Retzlaff checks the runner at second once again. He's going, and that's fouled away down the left field line, out of play.
Retzlaff gets ahead 1-2 here. As you said, it's still early in this game, Joe. If Dolphins get a chance here to answer in the bottom of the first, it's still early.
Keep in mind, each of our 2 games today will be 7 innings. This game 1 of 2, weather permitting. Runner going once again from second. And the 1-2 is sliced foul. Now, on the previous pitch, Retzlaff took a look over toward the runner at second. That's Piakevich over there. He took off anyway, which leads me to believe he has a very good read on the Dolphins starter and his timing out there on the mound. Retzlaff will check on Piakevich again, but I said it before. All this attention that Retzlaff has to pay to the runners certainly has to be affecting him. Runner going again from second. Throw to third, and that's in time. A perfect throw from Vigliotti behind the plate. And the side is retired. The inning ends on a caught stealing, but not before the Warriors score 4 times on 3 base hits, helped along by 3 Dolphin errors. They lead Staten Island 4-0.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Home half of the first inning about to get started from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trail 4-0 before their first turn at bat. And they will have to contend with Ryan DeWeese on the mound for East Stroudsburg. We got you his numbers during the pregame. I'll give you those one more time. DeWeese comes in, having appeared in 6 games, including 3 starts. He's pitched to a 3.97 ERA. In 11 1/3, he's allowed 9 hits, 7 runs, 5 of those earned. He has walked 6 and struck out 10. Opposing batters hitting .243 against him. Leading off for the Dolphins will be Michael Kehoe. Kehoe gets the start out in center field today. And he offers at the first pitch and fouls it away. Now, in between innings, we did set up our second camera. I'm not sure it will stay dry, but if it does, we will have it.
Good news.
Kehoe takes high for ball 1. We just have to reposition our scoreboard to accommodate the new angle.
Right on time for the Dolphins' bats to come alive, Joe.
CSI sure hopes so, as it's apparent they're going to have to score in this game, and we knew that coming in. But to be fair, we said the same thing last Friday against Malloy, and the Dolphins picked up a shutout win as that's hit toward the hole, handled it third, throw across the diamond in time. And that's a really nice play over at third base by Cruz.
Yeah, that was a more difficult play than you would think by Cruz. Has had to turn his whole body to grab that. He had to reach for that and across the diamond, as you said, at a difficult angle to get the runner by a step in Kehoe for the first out.
Here's a second look at that last play. Cruz made it look easy. That throw right on target for the first out in the home first. And Shendi Ulaj takes up and away for ball 1. Typically, our main camera outside is the pitcher-batter camera. That's our primary look, but you can see just how foggy it is over the lens.
Oof.
Our second camera normally is positioned behind an open window. Today, we have the window closed because the rain was getting all over the camera through the open window, and we can't position it far back enough where you can still see the action clearly. So, not an ideal setup today, but as far as I know, there was no rain in the forecast. And as of right now, the forecast for our immediate area in Staten Island does not call for rain the rest of the day. At least not that we're aware of. Two balls and two strikes to count on the Dolphins' first baseman. And Ulaj takes high for ball 3.
Good spot for Ulaj here at 3-1. He's been patient here with this at-bat. Let's see if it pays off.
Comes the 3-2 pitch. And that's lined the other way into right field for a base hit. It's a one-out single for Shendi Ulaj, and the Dolphins have their first hit of the game.
Well, Joe, it did pay off as he waited for his pitch, and he was able to get it. And he rips this right into the right field, shallow field, and Dolphins are getting it going here, 1 on and 1 out.
Good at-bat by Ulaj, and that will bring up John Castiglione. Castiglione comes in hitting at .212 on the season. And he takes a big cut and comes up empty for strike 1. We saw a lot of Castiglione early in the season. Got some work behind the plate. Started a few games at designated hitter. We haven't seen as much of him lately, though. He's been in the lineup a few times over the past week. His brother, Dominic Castiglione, is out right now. We weren't aware of any injury, but we saw him in a walking boot here at the CSI Baseball Complex last week. So we won't speculate any further. Not that we're able to discuss injuries anyway, as that's lofted down the right field line in foul territory, and that is down. And the count runs to 1-2. And you can see it. The camera outside probably won't be an option. Very, very foggy.
Wow.
We'll try and give it a wipe down during the commercial break. If that doesn't work, back to our single camera feed. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on the Dolphins' designated hitter. Long look in from Deweese, who delivers high. Dolphins making Deweese work early in this game. Ulaj ran the count full, ultimately singled. The count now 2-2 on Castiglione. Deweese comes set, 2-2 on its way, and that catches the inside corner for a called strike 3.
Interesting call there. That's a big call for Deweese to get the second out of the inning as he gets Castiglione looking, and that brings up Vigliotti to the plate. Ulaj at first with 2 away in the inning.
A.J. Vigliotti, the hottest Dolphins hitter right now, had a 6 RBI game against Malloy last Friday, was named East Coast Conference Player of the Week. That's it on the ground to short, handled easily, and Deweese is out of the first inning. 1 base hit for the Dolphins. They strand Ulaj on base. Our score headed to the second. East Stroudsburg 4, Staten Island nothing.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
codify an authority,
or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
we can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back from the College of Staten Island, where the Dolphins trail the Warriors 4-0. We attempted to go with two-camera operations for a half inning, and the weather is still not cooperating. So one camera the rest of the way in Game 1. Perhaps when Game 2 gets underway, the rain will have stopped. That pitch is in for a strike. Now, word has been passed to me from next door that potentially the Warriors are batting out of order. I don't know if we have an issue with our stats. I don't think so. The last out was a caught stealing, so you know what? I think they're right. Unless they called strike 3 on the play.
No, they didn't.
I didn't think so. We have the replay, so we can go back and check.
They didn't call strike 3 on the play. I think it was a ball.
We can't say anything about that, but I think they're right. I think the Warriors just hit out of order. So what we're going to have to do is figure out how to rectify that, which means I'm going to have to figure out how to rectify that. And Andrew, you're going to take over. I'm going to head next door. The count is 1-0, leading off the inning for the Warriors, just to fill everybody in, was Ben Pirapavel. Pirapavel got on, attempted to steal second. The ball was thrown away into center. They're going to need my help. I'll be right back. Andrew, the call's all yours.
All right, Joe. Pirapavel walked while we were conversing on that little situation carrying over from the previous inning, and Pirapavel now finds himself over at third with nobody out as he was trying to steal second. Ball rolled into the outfield. He moved up to third. So now a good position here for Ervelina. Nobody out in the inning. And Pirapavel over at third. And that pitch sails away, and now Ervelina with a 3-1 count. Good position here to try and extend the lead. Three and one from Retzlaff. That's taken for a strike. Full count now for Ervelina. Ervelina drove in a run in that first inning. Swings and misses at that. I'm pretty sure he got a piece of it.
did confirm next door the batter struck out to end the first inning. So that was a strikeout for Retzlaff. No caught stealing on that play. As the home plate umpire called strike 3, I missed it as I turned my attention toward third. Still very observant by the room next door to get on top of that. I had a feeling that we wouldn't see the Warriors bat out of order. Just a hunch. Just a hunch, but I thought for sure the last out was at third as well, so that's on me as well.
And Ervelina earns another walk off Retzlaff.
Runners on the corners, nobody out, and the Dolphins throw the ball away once again into center field. That will bring home the game's 5th run. The Dolphins also have 5 errors. And I'll have to step off headset once again, Andrew. You take over for me.
Well, that was the 5th error already for the Dolphins, as that was thrown way over second base. Warriors extend the lead to 5-0 now at the plate. Is Cameron Hubbard. And the 1-1 for Hubbard with runner at third for East Stroudsburg. That's taken for a strike. Hubbard down 1-2 here at Retzlaff.
We have multiple events going on here today, so I had to take a phone call from one of our rentals. But unfortunately, I can't be of much help right now.
Can only be in so many places at once, Joe.
Yeah, tell that to the powers that be. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. That's fouled away. One of our guest commentators from this past weekend, Sal Caruso, up here in the booth. You may have heard him in the background. That one's fouled away once again. Here comes the 2-2. And that's it out to left field. See if we have a play at the plate here. The throw is coming home, but not nearly in time as it's cut off. Sacrifice fly brings home the 6th Warriors run. They now lead at 6-0.
Well, let's see how much longer Dolphins keep Retzlaff out there. As now East Stroudsburg really opened it up here with their second run of the inning. 6th run of the game now, up 6-0 here in the second inning, just 1 out.
Retzlaff misses with ball 1 right there. Rothenhauser looks down and in. And he's quickly ahead 2-0. Comes the 2-0. That's it for a called strike. Comes the 2-1. That misses up and away. Well, you said it, Andrew. How much longer will the Dolphins stay with their starting pitcher? It's really been the stolen bases that have plagued Retzlaff, because the stolen bases have indirectly led to 3 of the 5 errors, if not 4 of them. I believe it was 4. 2 pickoffs and 2 throws to second.
If my eyesight serves me correct, that's Nick Velarde warming up for the Dolphins in the bullpen.
And Rothenhauser is plunked by the pitch. And we'll see if that's the last pitch Retzlaff throws.
Doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't. I think a big question in a non-conference doubleheader like this is what pitchers do you want to use, because typically there's a plan for each game on who the team is looking to get innings. And do you deviate from that under any circumstances in a non-conference matchup? In many cases, the answer is no. You stick to the plan no matter what.
I was just going to say I wouldn't deviate from the plan.
Which means that they have a certain number of outs that they wanted Retzlaff to get at a minimum. Typically, you can see teams allow pitchers to go deeper than intended, but it's rare that you'll see them pull a pitcher before they've reached the outs allotted to them in the game plan. But we don't know what that game plan looks like, so we sit and wait, just like everyone else, and see what the Dolphins look to do in terms of their pitching. Important to note is that the next time the Dolphins are in action will be on Saturday. That is also a non-conference doubleheader. It's a big one, as the Dolphins will host Heroes Day here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And we'll see if the plan's a bit different on Saturday in terms of what starting pitchers the team looks to use. Of course, as we mentioned before, during the pregame, Ryan Kehoe, East Coast Conference Pitcher of the Week. John Esposito has pitched pretty well in his last few starts. Christian Rice has pitched well this year. That pitch is in for a called strike. Cruz behind 1-2 here. And he pops one up just beyond the infield. 3 Dolphins converge, and the catch is made by Myers for the final out of the inning. But the Warriors score 2 more runs without the benefit of a base hit. Dolphins commit a pair of errors, and they now trail 6-0.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Christopher Hayes will lead off for the Dolphins in the home second inning. Dolphins trail 6-0. That pitch is in, I should say misses, for ball 1. And the 1-0 is fouled away. Comes the 1-1, and that's fouled away as well.
Well, we've seen it, Joe. We talked about it in the pregame. Dolphins know how to bring the bats alive. They can bat with the rest of them. That's what needs to happen here. It's still early in this game.
1-2 misses. Christopher Hayes at the plate for his first at bat of the game. has a 2-2 count. Pitch from Deweese is swung on and missed for strike 3.
That was a big cut there. Big pitch from Deweese to get Hayes, and it's a big first out for East Stroudsburg here in the bottom of the second.
That will bring Tyler Martinez to the plate. Martinez comes in hitting 192 on the season. Comes the 0-1. And that misses up and away. Here's the 1-1. And that's sliced just foul, wide of the first base bag.
Yeah, that rolled right along the line. That painted the right field line. Just fouled.
Comes the 1-2 pitch. And that misses outside. I think part of it is the weather, but you can hear a pin drop right now here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And I've said it many times before. When the only sound I hear is the sound of my own voice, I don't like it.
Not a good thing, Joe, is another strikeout there for Deweese on Tyler Martinez. 2 up, 2 down on strikeouts. And that brings up Cipoletti.
5 outs recorded in the game by Deweese, 3 by strikeout. Nick Cipoletti will look to keep the inning going. Cipoletti comes in hitting 282, and he looks at strike 1. And the 0-1 catches the outside corner for a called strike 2. You can see Deweese now working very quickly.
He's feeling it.
Look to attack that outside corner with a third straight pitch. Comes the 1-2. And that breaking ball is in for a called strike 3. Deweese strikes out the side, and the Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the second. Our score through 2, East Stroudsburg 6, Staten Island nothing.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Top of the third inning getting started from the College of Staten Island. Frank Retzlaff back out to the mound, and he misses up and in for ball one. At the plate, Jeremy Piakevich. And he takes a strike. Piakevich is 0 for 1 at the plate. He now falls behind 1-2. It's really remarkable to see a team with 6 runs on just 3 base hits. But that's what the Warriors have done in this game, and a big part of it is the attention they've commanded on the base paths. Dolphins haven't quite figured that out yet and how to manage that.
5 errors through 2 innings for the Dolphins.
As I said before, 4 of those errors products of potential base stealers. Retzlaff has issued 5 walks as well. He has a full count here on Piakevich. And that misses high for ball 4. Nick Velarde was warming up in the Dolphins bullpen earlier. Right now, the Dolphins bullpen still has somebody throwing. I would presume that's still Velarde, but he's now sporting a hoodie.
I was just going to say, still might be Velarde, just a little warmer.
I think that is the case, as that's hitting the air out to left field. Burkhead is there, and he makes the catch for the first out.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 2, Mike Kelly.
That will bring Mike Kelly to the plate. Kelly is 0 for 1. Retzlaff will check on the runner at first, and sometimes the temptation is to try and throw over very quickly, make a perfect throw into the runner with as much on it as you can, as that rolls to the backstop off of Vigliotti's glove and the runner moves up. But the temptation is to try and make a perfect throw over to first and pick off the runner every time. If you just show the runner that you're paying attention and throw over, maybe the throw doesn't have to be perfect and you can slow down the base stealers a step or two. Dolphins opened this game with a pickoff. Leadoff man got on and was quickly erased.
Yeah, getting in the runner's head sometimes is all it takes to disrupt it a little bit.
Retzlaff will step off here. Baseball, not the only team in action for the Dolphins today. Softball is in action for the 3rd straight day. That pitch misses for a ball. Dolphins have split consecutive doubleheaders on the softball diamond. They take on the University of New Haven in non-conference play today. Retzlaff finds the zone with that pitch. Two and 1 the count. That's it on the ground to second. Myers has it. Throw to first in time to retire Kelly for the second out.
That was hit hard on the ground to Myers, and he had to really scoop that one up with some reinforcement. Able to get it done for the second out of the inning.
That will bring up Ben Pirapavel. He takes ball 1. That's it out to center. That ball's carrying well. And the catch is made on the move for the final out of the inning. Warriors strand 1 on base, and they fail to score in the 3rd. Our score, East Stroudsburg 6, Staten Island nothing. Heading to the home half of inning number 3.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Home third inning about to get started from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail 6-0. And Brian Burkhead fouls the first pitch he sees back. Burkhead behind in the count 0-1. And that misses down low.
It's going to be interesting to see how aggressive the Dolphins get. Being down this much this early in the game.
That's it hard on the ground to second. Tough hop handled nicely. And Burkhead is thrown out for the first out of the inning.
Ervelina had to handle a couple of tough hops on that. As changed directions a little bit on him. Had to reach out for it. A good grab over there at second. He gets the first out over at first.
Very nicely done by the Warriors' second baseman. And that's it to second. Another chance for Ervelina, and he makes the throw to first in time.
Another hard hit ball over to Ervelina at second, this time by Myers. Didn't change direction on him this time. A little bit easier for him to handle, and 2 quick outs for the Dolphins here in their side of the third.
That will bring Michael Kehoe to the plate. Kehoe is 0 for 1. The lone Dolphins hit belongs to Shendi Ulaj. He stands on deck, and Kehoe takes ball 1. And that's it out to straightaway center, and Kehoe has his first hit of the game.
Nice aggression there by Kehoe in that at-bat. Wastes no time. 2 quick outs for the Dolphins, but Kehoe changes that as he takes the first pitch and rips it into center field, and that'll bring up Shendi Ulaj to extend the inning a bit.
Ulaj already has a hit in this game. Looking to make it a 2-for-2 start to his afternoon. Kehoe is a threat to run over at first, but will likely stay put with his team trailing by 6. And Ulaj looks at a called strike 1. And Ulaj looks at a called strike 2. Oh, and 2 the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. And that's hit on the ground to the right side, handled over at first. And the final out of the inning is recorded over at first base by Rothenhausler. Dolphins strand 1 on base. They pick up their second hit of the game, but do not score. Heading to the 4th, East Stroudsburg 6, Staten Island nothing.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together. I feel like I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Top of the fourth getting started from the College of Staten Island. East Stroudsburg still leads CSI 6-0. First pitch from Nick Velarde sails high for ball one. Velarde on in relief of Frank Retzlaff, who pitched the first 3 innings. Velarde on the season comes in having appeared in 2 games. He has an ERA of 16.87. In 2 2/3, he's allowed 6 hits, 5 runs, all of those earned. He's walked 2 and struck out 2. Opposing batters hitting .429 against him. And his 2-0 pitch misses for ball 3. There's a strike. And Velarde finds the zone for a called strike 2.
Nice job here by Velarde. Started off 3-0, able to work it back to a full count.
And that misses for ball 4. So Velarde worked his way back full and concedes the walk to lead off the 4th.
Number 14, Cameron Hubbard.
That brings up Hubbard to the plate. As Velarde was able to work his way back. Started off with 3 straight balls in that first at bat that he faced. able to work it back to a full count, and then last pitch just sailed a bit high for ball 4.
Runner going from first. Throw by Vigliotti, not in time. Stolen base for Evelina. Scoreboard has reset the count to reflect 0-1 as that pitch misses high. Cameron Hubbard at the plate. Hubbard without an official at bat. Has walked and driven in a run on a sacrifice fly, and Evelina takes third. The 2-1 pitch is blocked by Vigliotti, and the count runs to 3-1. That sails high for ball 4. So Retzlaff struggled with his command. Velarde has now come in and is struggling with his command as well.
Yeah, 2 walks to open up his time in this game.
Runner going from first, and Vigliotti couldn't handle that ball out of his glove. That will put 2 in scoring position, still with nobody out.
And once again, Warriors taking advantage of the pitch in the dirt and sneaking their way up to advance.
The pitch hasn't really mattered much so far in this game. The Warriors have been running on all counts in every situation, just daring the Dolphins to find an answer, and so far they haven't. And it was a point I brought up quite a bit last season with the Dolphins managing the run game. They got much better at it as the season went on. Particularly, John Esposito did a really good job managing base stealers, and he was a very tough pitcher to steal against. In terms of defensive ability behind the plate, if I had to guess, the Dolphins' top defensive catcher would probably be Nick Campisi. And the Dolphins are in a tough spot as that's lined into left for a base hit. That will bring home 1, and Hubbard will try it on home with a second run. It's a 2 RBI single on the play, and Mike Kelly makes it 8-0.
Yeah, Burkhead had to race on to grab that, and that allows enough time for both runners to come on home from second and third, and they're going to extend the lead up to 8-0 now for the Warriors.
We'll check that. That was Jack Rothenhausler. I misread the 9 as a 2. And once again, that ball gets away. Rothenhausler moves up to second. As I was saying before, Dolphins are in a tough spot as the runner's going again. And the Dolphins are just paying no mind to the men on base right now.
There just haven't been any attempts.
That's it over to third, and Hayes can't make the play on the backhand. We'll see how they score that one. If it goes down as an error, that's number 6. And it is.
Yeah, it took a big skip on the infield, and I believe Hayes did get a piece of it with his glove as he was making the diving attempt to grab it. And it just hops over him into the left field outfield and allows another run to come home to extend the lead to 9-0 for the Warriors.
Well, Hayes was playing in just a bit. Dolphins didn't want to concede a run on a ground ball to a corner infielder. And Hayes tried to backhand it, but couldn't make the play. That rightfully goes down as the 6th Dolphins error. That ball is hit well out to deep left field. If that's fair, it is gone. And we await the call. That is a fair ball. It is a 2-run homer for Victor Cruz. And with that, the Warriors have broken this game wide open. It's now 11-0.
Yeah, Cruz really hammered that one, and I saw the soccer net move from the ball. It did reach the soccer net on the new soccer field. What a shot there to make it an 11-0 game with the 2-run homer for the Warriors.
There was no doubt about that one off the bat. The only question was fair or foul. And judging by the reaction of the umpires on the infield, it was fair by quite a bit. That last ball is tapped over to first base, and the out is recorded as Piakevich is retired on one pitch. That pitch misses down and in for ball one.
East Stroudsburg now with 11 runs in the game on just 5 hits, Joe.
At the plate is Tommy Ajan, and said it before, it was a bit surprising to see. Single-digit hit total earlier in the game of 3, as that ball's hit well out to right field, hooking into foul territory, and Martinez couldn't get there. But I've said it before, they had 6 runs on just 3 hits, but Retzlaff had issued 5 walks. Now 11 runs on 5 hits. That's hit a mile high out to right field. Not very deep. Myers onto the outfield grass, makes the catch, and there are 2 away.
Now batting the designated hitter, number 2, Mike Kelly.
We saw the Dolphins take on a Malloy team that came in with staggering offensive numbers last week. The Dolphins pitched a shutout in that game. And they were going to need more of the same against East Stroudsburg today, at least a similar quality of pitching, maybe not necessarily a shutout. And they just haven't had it today, both on the mound and in the field. So that pitch misses up and away. Comes the 1-1. That's fouled off. One ball and 2 strikes to count now. And this is Mike Kelly at the plate. Velarde 1 strike away from bringing this half inning to a close, and that's chopped toward the middle. Cipoletti waits for it, and his throw is a strong one, just in time to get Kelly for the final out of the inning. But the Warriors strike for their biggest inning of the game. 5 runs come home, with the big blast being a 2-run homer by Victor Cruz. East Stroudsburg leads Staten Island 11-0.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
That's an extra base hit to open up the home fourth for John Castiglione, who offers it the first pitch. And he's on with a leadoff single.
Well, John Castiglione wastes no time there to open up the Dolphins' fourth. As we've mentioned, still plenty of time left in this game. Still just the bottom of the fourth inning. Dolphins find themselves down a large margin, 11 runs after that 5-run inning for East Stroudsburg.
A.J. Vigliotti at the plate here. He takes outside for ball one. That hit by Castiglione, the third for the Dolphins, as they look to get on the board for the first time here in the fourth. And Vigliotti takes a called strike. Vigliotti behind the plate for the Dolphins in this game, a very unenviable position, as the Warriors have run on seemingly every pitch with a man on first or second base, and Vigliotti made a bid for a home run with that swing. Deweese checks first. Here comes the 1-2. That's fouled away.
Well, thanks to our statistician, Lou Matrone. He's given us a bullpen arm. Alex Snyder is in the bullpen for the Warriors.
That pitch misses for ball two. Deweese thought he might have had that one. Speaking of Deweese, he's pitched very well in this game. Has allowed just 3 hits, scattered across the first 3 innings plus, 4 strikeouts. Hasn't really encountered any trouble.
Yeah, it's surprising to see somebody warming up in the bullpen.
Like I said, very often teams come into these non-conference games with a plan. This is how many outs we want our starter to get. This is how many outs we want each reliever to get. Perhaps the plan for Deweese was 4 innings, and this should help him a bit here in the fourth. As the Warriors turn a 6-4-3 double play, Castiglione is erased, Vigliotti is retired, and there are quickly 2 out.
Yeah, that was a solid contact on the ground hit there to short. An easy toss there to second, and the throw down to first gets Vigliotti. And now 2 outs for the Dolphins.
Dolphins were on the other end of this same score on Friday. And this game has looked awfully similar to that one. And the 1-0 pitch catches the outside corner to Christopher Hayes. Comes the 1-1. That's foul tipped. Count now 1-2.
Everybody got a piece of that one.
Batter, catcher, umpire.
It's like
3
a pinball
CSI
machine.
hits belong to the top 3 hitters in the order. And that is in for strike 3 called. Hayes goes down looking, and the side is retired. Dolphins trail by 11 as we head to the 5th.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back for the 5th inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trailing 11-0. And as I mentioned before, CSI was on the other end of this score on Friday. They've struggled for offense in this game, and on the mound have had command issues from the start. Pitches in for a called strike. Looks like the Warriors are beginning to empty the bench as that ball is not handled on the backhand by Cipoletti, and that will go down as a hit.
Yeah, it took a big bounce. Solid contact over towards Cipoletti. Did take a bounce on him, and he just trying to grasp that with the glove, and he leaves it behind him. That allows the leadoff runner to reach for the Warriors.
That was Chase Albus at the plate there, getting his first at bat of the game, and that gets by Hayes and into left field. That one probably goes down as an error.
And once again, Hayes, that just gets by the glove. May have even grazed it.
That's the second time that Hayes has been forced to play a ball on his backhand. Not an easy play, especially on this infield, but at the very least, he has to knock that ball down. Especially when it's hit slowly. I think that's what differentiates between a hit and an error there. That ball wasn't hit that hard. One ball and one strike the count. And the pitch from Velarde is swung on and missed. Jack Gensemer at the plate now, getting his first plate appearance of the game. And he looks at a called strike 3.
Yeah, it's a big first out by Velarde there with 2 on, nobody out. East Stroudsburg was looking to attack yet again here in their side of the 5th with the first 2 runners of the inning getting on. And Velarde able to get a big strikeout there on Gensemer for the first out of the inning.
That pitch catches the inside corner. Logan Stir at the plate. Comes the 0-1. That skips in, and Vigliotti kept it in front of him.
Well, luckily, he was able to keep it in front of him with a nice block at the plate as he kind of lost sight of it for a second.
One ball and one strike the count on the Warriors pinch hitter. He swings and misses for strike 2. And the 1-2 is blocked once again by Vigliotti. Two balls and 2 strikes the count now. And Velarde's breaking ball misses high. Comes the 3-2. And that's chopped fair. Hayes steps on third. Strong throw is scooped by Ulaj, and that's a great play by the Dolphins corner infield. That will do it for the Warriors here in the 5th. Nicely done by the Dolphins on that last double play. They trail 11-0.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Home fifth coming up from the CSI Baseball Complex. Score remains 11-0. Dolphins turned a nice double play to bring the last half inning to a close. 5-5-3 over at third. Hayes stepped on the bag and fired across the diamond in time. Great scoop by Ulaj at first as well. Tyler Martinez leads things off for the Dolphins in the home fifth and looks at a strike. Comes the 0-1. That misses high. One and one misses away. New pitcher into the game for the Warriors. We'll get that information to you in just a moment. As that pitch finds the zone for a called strike two. Now, don't have a 32 who's pitched this year on my roster, which means that we may have a season debut here unless someone's wearing a different jersey.
Yeah, I don't see Snyder on.
Let's check our roster. So Alex Snyder is making his season debut, according to our stats. No better time to do it with a big cushion. It's that sliced foul. Snyder listed on the official roster for East Stroudsburg as a third baseman and a pitcher. Does not have an at-bat this year, has not appeared in a game on the mound. And the first batter he faces this season draws a walk.
And Tanner Vincendes at shortstop as well.
We have a lot of changes. We'll go through the alignment defensively. Over at first base is Stir. Ervelina stays in at second. Vincendes, as you mentioned, is over at short, as that misses up and away. Nick Cipolletti, the batter for the Dolphins. Cruz remains in at third. Ajan behind the plate. Chase Albus in left field. Gensemer in center. And Parker Fry in right. 1 ball and 1 strike to count on the Dolphins shortstop Cipolletti. Brian Burkhead in the on-deck circle. And that pitches in for a called strike. No changes yet for the Dolphins in this game, with the exception of their pitching change. We'll see if that changes the third time through the order. Meyer standing right next to Burkhead on deck. And he will move into the on-deck circle now as Cipoletti looks at strike three.
Alex Snyder gets his first strikeout, presumably of the season, and the first out of the inning on Cipoletti there.
One away in the home fifth. Brian Burkhead, the batter. As I mentioned before, the 3 Dolphin hits belong to the top 3 hitters in the CSI lineup. Kehoe, Ulaj, Castiglione, each with 1 hit in the game. Nothing else yet for the Dolphins at the plate. Comes the 0-1. That's hit hard on the ground to short, but that should be a tailor-made double play, and that is a great scoop by Sturr over at first base to retire the side.
What a stretch.
The last half inning ended on a nicely turned double play, and this half inning ends on a nicely turned double play. East Stroudsburg leads CSI 11-0.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
Sixth inning getting underway from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins make a couple of changes, one on the mound, one behind the plate. Nick Campisi in to catch. And Ryan Fiore in to pitch for the Dolphins, with the Warriors leading CSI 11-0 in the top half of the sixth inning. Taking a look out toward the field, I don't see any changes there for the Dolphins, with the exception of first base.
Yeah, Thomas Martin.
Martin is in at first. The outfield's tough to see, but according to our live stats, no changes there. And that is indeed the case. So Martin in at first. He replaces Ulaj. Campisi replaces Vigliotti. And Fiore replaces Velarde. Fiore's first pitch on its way, and that's hit a mile high by Parker Fry and into the bleachers.
And, of course, there's just one spectator in that area of the bleachers, and guess where the ball landed?
Well, there were two commentators in the building last week, perhaps a bit longer than that now. That was probably 2 weeks ago at this point, but there were just two commentators up here in the booth, and the foul ball managed to find one of them. We won't say who it was.
That it did.
As that pitch misses up and away. 1-1 misses for ball 2. So, as I mentioned before, both CSI baseball and CSI softball in action today. We'll check in on softball momentarily. As once again, that's fouled away. Count now even at 2. Dolphins have the lead over the University of New Haven, playing in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Getting the start for the Dolphins in that game was Madison Edwards. She's yet to allow a run as that misses low. She's allowed just 1 hit thus far. Dolphins are back home at the softball diamond on Friday as Fry looks at that pitch for a called 3rd strike.
He thought it was the other way around. He was going for the bat flip for the walk down to first, and instead he has to take a different type of trot back to the dugout.
Home plate umpire let him know, wrong direction. If it's close in an 11-run game with this weather, it's getting called a strike. That is very typically the case. Whatever the temperature is outside, you can subtract 10 to 15 degrees from it here at the College of Staten Island. Always windy on campus. Comes Fiore's 0-1 pitch, and that misses high. At the plate is Victor Cruz. He's 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. Had that big 2-run homer earlier in the game. Comes the 1-1. That's fouled away. Well, Lewis is not listening as usual. As that pitch misses inside. We say that because he just sent us a scoring update from softball. Someone is not listening to the broadcast.
And it's as soon as you finished
that is correct.
Bringing us all the information
that is correct.
From that game. Funny how that happened.
He's going to try and defend himself now. Don't want to hear it. In one ear, out the other.
So timely.
2 balls and 2 strikes to count. And Cruz looks at ball 3. No action in the Dolphins bullpen. There is stirring down in the Warriors bullpen. No indication yet that we're going to have a pitching change. Looks like some light stretching going on down there. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that is on the outside corner for a called strike 3.
Well, once again, Victor Cruz, this time, that's another batter for East Stroudsburg thinking they had the pass down to first base, and instead they got to go back to the dugout with a strikeout.
Like I said, if it's close, it's going to be called a strike.
East Stroudsburg doesn't seem to pick that wave up.
Tanner Vicindi's at the plate. He looks at ball 1. And in defense of the Warriors, it is very hard to adjust in a situation like this. You're up 11 runs. You want to continue to offer it exclusively strikes in an ideal situation, but if you have it in the back of your mind that you may need to expand the zone a bit and chase, that changes your approach to the plate. And they've put together good at-bats throughout this game. They've forced the Dolphins to throw strikes, and that's what you want to do at the plate. Dolphins are in a position where right now it appears the only defense they have against the Warriors is to keep them off base completely, because once they're on, the Dolphins haven't been able to contain the base runners. They've only allowed 6 hits. That's it high in the air on the infield. Martin charging in, and he makes the catch for the third out. Good inning of relief for Ryan Fiore. He sets down the Warriors 1-2-3. Dolphins trail 11-0 when they come to bat in the 6th.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Bottom of the 6th inning getting started from the CSI Baseball Complex. As Andrew, it appears that I have once again engaged the commentator's jinx.
Yes, you have.
Remember that 1-run lead for CSI softball?
I do.
It's gone. It's 2-1.
Unreal.
As I ask myself time and time again, what have I done?
Unreal.
There's a big swing and a miss by Jake Myers for strike 2.
Should have just saved it for later.
Perhaps. Though Lewis sent his text in.
He did.
So I think we would have gotten there relatively quickly had I not said anything in the first place. 9-1-2 due up for the Dolphins here in the 6th. Myers, Kehoe, Martin. And Myers looks at strike 3. Michael Kehoe will be the batter. Kehoe with one of the 3 Dolphins hits. He's 1 for 2 at the plate, and he skies one out to right field. Fry is there, and he makes the catch.
Kehoe getting aggressive there. As you said, he is one of the 3 Dolphins hits in this game. He wastes no time going after that one, but just pops it up into right for the second out. 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins here in their side of the 6th. Brings up Thomas Martin.
Early in the season, the Dolphins struggled a bit at the plate. Had a couple of games where they were shut out. A few games where they were held to 2 or 3 runs. But since then, have been as formidable at the plate as any team we've covered. And we haven't seen a game like this with no runs on 3 hits in quite some time, as Thomas Martin, in his first at bat of the game, has a base hit through the left side.
Yeah, takes the 2 up, 2 down lightly as he comes to the plate. Says no problem. He drills this one on the ground into left to keep the inning going for Castiglione.
That ball was hit hard by Martin. We haven't seen Thomas Martin in the lineup much this year. He was one of the best hitters in this Dolphins lineup for 2 straight seasons. And we just haven't seen him as much this year, and that's a testament to the talent this team has brought in. If you can't find a spot for a guy like Thomas Martin, that says a lot about the state of your offense. And this Dolphins team, all season long, has hit the ball well. They just haven't had good swings so far here in this game. Just 4 hits through 6. Our score heading to the 7th. East Stroudsburg 11, Staten Island nothing.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back for the 7th inning from the College of Staten Island. Once again, this is Game 1 of a doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Warriors. Each game will be just 7 innings. We thought when Game 1 got started that perhaps they might cut this doubleheader short and play just 1. It was a very light rain, perhaps more appropriately described as a mist. When this game got started, it's still wet outside, but no heavy rain to speak of, so I don't see any reason why they would not play a second game. Conditions probably not great on the field. If there was any reason, that would be it. But I would presume they're going to play a second game. At the plate is Jack Chapman for his first at-bat of the game. He's ahead in the count 3-1. And Fiore gets a big swing and a miss. That runs the count full.
Fiore's done a decent job in this game since coming in. Got through the last inning 1-2-3 and able to battle back to make this a full count here.
And the commentator's jinx strikes again as that's ripped down the left field line for a base hit. Chapman will stop at first, and the Warriors have a leadoff base runner.
I didn't even get to finish my sentence, Joe, and I already jinxed him.
Well, I was concerned I may have jinxed softball. They're playing out in West Haven, Connecticut today against the University of New Haven. The Dolphins have tied that game at 2. CSI led 1-0, fell behind 2-1, and immediately got even. They play now in the bottom of the 4th with 1 out. RBI single for Alyssa Acosta to even up the score in that game. We get a look at Dolphins softball on Friday. Then we're right back here on Saturday for Heroes Day here at the CSI Baseball Complex. And the 1-0 pitch is taken on the inside corner. Jerome Repetz is the batter. First plate appearance for him on the day. Comes the 1-1. And that misses for ball 2. Fiore checks the runner at first. Comes the 2-1. That misses high. Up 11, I don't think we'll see the Warriors run again. On that last base hit, I thought that Chapman could have went to second, and he didn't, which leads me to believe the rest of this game will be one base at a time for East Stroudsburg. Good show of sportsmanship there with a sizable lead. We've never heard it explicitly stated, but the unwritten rule is usually a 10-run lead. And then it's station to station the rest of the way, at least after a certain inning. As Hayes makes the catch on that foul pop-up, and there's 1 away.
Good hustle there from Christopher Hayes over from third. He had to come all the way over towards the Dolphins' dugout to make that grab. Able to do so for the first out.
1 away in the road 7th. Chase Albus at the plate. Albus coming to bat for the second time. He's 1 for 1. And he looks at a pitch outside. In West Haven, it is now 3-2 Chargers over the Dolphins. The action picking up over on the softball diamond. We do have a game down the hill today, but that is not CSI playing. NYU hosting home games here at the College of Staten Island today. As Burkhead makes the catch on that fly ball and left for the second out.
Now batting the third baseman, number 29, Colin Howard.
Colin Houck will be the batter. First plate appearance of the day for him. Comes in 3 of 20 on the season. And he takes a breaking ball for a called strike 1. Fiore has had the luxury of knowing that in all likelihood the Warriors won't be trying to steal any bases. But putting that aside, he's looked strong in relief.
He's done a great job despite the score to stay with the batters that he's faced so far. Got through the last inning 1-2-3, and he's just 2 strikes away from getting out of this inning unscathed as well.
That pitch sails high for ball 2. The line for the Warriors, 11 runs on 7 hits, no errors. The Dolphins, no runs on 4 hits and 7 errors. Most of those coming in relation to stolen base attempts, as that's lined through the left side for a base hit. And Houck keeps the line moving with a 2-out single.
Now batting the center fielder, number 5, Jack Gensimer.
plate will be Jack Gensemer. Second at-bat of the game for him. He's 0 for 1. Long look in here from Fiore. He comes set. And his first pitch is fouled away. Looking ahead for the Dolphins, 4, 5, and 6 due up. Campisi, Hayes, Martinez. Assuming, of course, the Dolphins do not bring on any pinch hitters. Fiore quickly ahead of Gensemer, 0-2. Fiore 1 strike away from another scoreless inning. And that might do it. The question is, will that ball stay in play? Campisi can't make the catch. It's off his glove.
Yeah, he spun around just a bit there trying to find it. As that ball was just carrying a little bit from the plate over towards the netting on the backstop as he was trying to locate it. It just goes off his glove, and the play will continue here in the top of the 7th.
That's 8 errors for the Dolphins. No balls and 2 strikes the count on Gensemer. Fiore's pitch is blocked by Campisi. Another scoring update from West Haven, Connecticut. Chargers over the Dolphins, 4-2, as that game has moved to the top of the 5th. And the 1-2 pitch is hit in the air once again, but well foul. And you can feel it coming into the booth now. A lot of cold air. The wind has picked up just a bit outside.
Also looks like it's starting to mist again.
Certainly does. We're at about the 2-hour mark in this game as we got underway at 1 p.m. And that big breaking ball from Fiore is in for a called third strike. Fiore strands 2 on base in the top half of the 7th. Dolphins come to the plate in the bottom half of the inning when we come back.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves. Our vision, our heart, our drive to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
Bottom half of the 7th inning. About to get started here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Could be the final turn at bat for the Dolphins, barring a miraculous rally. They trail 11-0. Nick Campese will be first to the plate for CSI. It's his first at bat of the game. Behind the plate is Jack Chapman for the Warriors. He came on as a pinch hitter during the previous half inning. Ruben Costin on the mound for the Warriors as well, new pitcher. Costin making his first appearance on the mound this year. Second Warriors pitcher who has made their first appearance of the season here today. The 1-0 misses down and in.
And his first 2 pitches to Campese to open up the Dolphins' 7th, both at the feet for 2 balls.
Comes the 2-0. Campese offers at it. That looked to be a bit inside as well. That pitch ran in on his hands. Two balls and 1 strike the count on the Dolphins catcher. Long look in from Costin, who delivers, and that's taken for a strike. Comes the 2-2. That's sliced foul. You can ignore that graphic up on your screen indicating a strikeout. That is a foul ball. Comes the 2-2. And that misses outside. We would guess that Game 2 would probably get started very soon after Game 1 ends. Typically, when the weather's cold, if it's raining, should they decide to continue on with the second game, it usually gets started very quickly.
Yeah, it just seems to be getting colder by the minute here too, Joe.
The temperature has certainly dropped since first pitch, there's no question. And it's only going to get colder as the day goes on. That's strike 3, so Campese is down on strikes.
Now batting the third baseman, number 19, Christopher Hayes.
That will bring Christopher Hayes to the plate. Hayes looking for his first hit of the day. He chops one over to second. Hop is handled, and Hayes is thrown out for out number 2.
And that took 2 to 3 hops there on Victor Cruz there over at second. Able to handle it, and Dolphins are down to their final out of the game.
Tyler Martinez will come to the plate. Martinez also looking for his first hit of the game. That's taken for ball 1. And this is up and away. Comes the 2-0. And that's it well out to left field. But that is right at the left fielder, Albus, who is standing there waiting. He hardly had to move. And that will do it for Game 1 in today's non-conference doubleheader. It looks like Mike Morrow and the home plate umpire are taking a look at a cell phone right now, which to me indicates they are checking in on the forecast. As I said before, I would not be surprised if we play just one today. We will see what the managers decide. They shake hands over by the Warriors' dugout. Now, I'm not sure if that's indicating that we're done for the day or if that's just the handshake that comes at the conclusion of Game 1. But we'll stay with you for a couple of minutes here and try and figure out what the decision is. And once we have that information, we'll pass it along to you. We're going to be quiet for just a minute here as we try and get a read on what's going on down on the field. Now, the Dolphins are coming out with rakes working on the batter's boxes, and to me, that would indicate we're going to play. I don't think they'd be going to work on the field if we weren't playing, so our viewers will find out when we do. Our final score in Game 1, East Stroudsburg 11, the College of Staten Island nothing. There you see the final line on your screen. 11 runs on 8 hits, no errors for the Warriors. No runs, 4 hits, 8 errors for the Dolphins. And taking a look down toward the bullpen, it looks like a pitcher may be getting set to get warm for the Warriors here. So to me, it looks like we're going to play one more, but we have not received any indication in either direction yet. However, while we have a break here in the action and await the status of Game 2, we'd like to let everyone know that tickets are available now for the 2023 CSI Athletics Hall of Fame induction ceremony to be held at the Sports and Recreation Center on April 20th. I will have the privilege of being the MC for that event in just over 2 weeks, as Joseph Barisi, Tony Petoza, Pat Daddio, Caitlin Flynn, Melissa Gilardi, and Jordan Young will all be inducted into the CSI Athletics Hall of Fame. Be sure to get your tickets at csidolphins.com. You can visit our Hall of Fame landing page for a direct link to ticketing information at csidolphins.com/HOF. There is also a prompt whenever you visit csidolphins.com directing you to our Hall of Fame ticketing page where you can purchase tickets for the event later this month. Now, it does look like we're going to play one more. The Warriors are getting a pitcher warm out in right field. The Dolphins are working on the infield as we speak. So in about 20 to 25 minutes, we will rejoin you for the call of game number 2 here on CSI Sportsnet. This has been Joe Foreman. And for my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo, and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thanks for watching. Game 2 coming up next. This has been CSI Sportsnet coverage of NCAA Division II baseball. Sportsnet, as always, a proud part of the ECC network. Stay right here on this stream. We will be back in between 20 and 30 minutes. Live from the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage in Game 2 of today's non-conference doubleheader. The 25-4 East Stroudsburg University Warriors take on the 8-16 College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good afternoon, everybody. This is Joe Foreman on the call once again. I will be solo for Game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Dolphins and the Warriors. It was a big win for East Stroudsburg in Game 1. They defeated the Dolphins 11-0. And very quickly, it's a two-strike count to open up Game 2 as that pitch is sliced foul. At the plate for the Warriors is Ben Pirapavel. He got the start in Game 1 as well. And he looks at a pitch outside for ball 1. On the mound for the Dolphins, Aiden Keelty gets the start. Officially, Pirapavel at the plate was 0 for 1 in Game 1. He drew a couple of walks and scored a run as that's chopped to short. Strong throw in time. And there's one away to open up the road first. But as I mentioned, Aiden Keelty gets the start. It is his first start of the season, but he has appeared in 7 games, has pitched to a 4.5 ERA. Keelty has a save. In 16 innings, he's allowed 18 hits and 14 runs, 8 of those earned. He has walked 6 and struck out 8. Opponents hitting .273 against him. In the field for the Dolphins, first to third, Vigliotti, Cetera, Salido, Weigel. In the outfield, left to right, Iracy, Kehoe, and Crocco. Campisi behind the plate, Keelty on the mound. Keelty quickly behind 2-0 to Mike Kelly, and Kelly looks at a strike. And the 2-1 misses away for ball 3. Kelly was 0 for 3 in Game 1 as he sends that one foul, and the count runs full. Keelty comes set. Here comes the payoff pitch. That's it over to first. Vigliotti lost it for a moment, and the glove flip, or I should say the backhanded flip, is in time. And there are 2 away. Good recovery there by Vigliotti after he nearly lost that play. That will bring Cameron Hubbard to the plate. Here's a second look at that last play. That ball took a tough hop at the last moment before it arrived in front of Vigliotti. And he was able to knock it down and record the out. Hubbard quickly behind in the count, 0-1. Hubbard was without an official plate appearance in the first game, but he did have an RBI, walked twice, and scored a couple of runs. And the 1-1 misses down and away for ball 2. Comes the 2-1. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. That's a good block by Campisi. As that one missed badly for ball 3. Starters for the Warriors, we've already seen Pirapavel, Kelly, and Hubbard at the plate. Rothenhausler, Ervelina, Cruz, Piakevich, Riley, Wall, Nielsen. the 9 starters for East Stroudsburg, as Aiden Kilty has a 1-2-3 top half of the first inning. No score headed to the home first from the CSI Baseball Complex.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Home half of the first inning getting underway from the CSI Baseball Complex. Jack Nielsen will get the start for East Stroudsburg in this game. I mistakenly included Nielsen in the starters I provided before. I may have said those were the starters 1 through 9. I gave you 1 through 10, including the Warriors starting pitcher in this game. Nielsen comes in having appeared in 3 games. This is his first start. He's pitched to a 20.25 ERA. In 2 2/3, he's allowed 7 hits, 6 runs, all of those earned. He's walked 1 and struck out 4. Opposing batters hitting at .467 against him. Dolphins' batting order will be as follows. Michael Kehoe will lead off, followed by Campese, Weigel, Vigliotti, Martin, Iraci, Salito, Cetera, Crocco, and of course Kilty on the mound, as we saw in the top half of inning number 1. Michael Kehoe at the plate for the Dolphins. He was 1 for 3 in game 1. Kehoe in the Dolphins lineup just about every game, playing in both halves of today's non-conference doubleheader. And we'll see how they score that one, as it will probably go down as an error. And Kehoe is on to lead off the game for the Dolphins. We'll get a second look at it on replay, and I think that's what they're waiting for next door. So we'll get that second look as well. It was hit toward the middle, and after this next pitch, we'll get a look at the replay. Nick Campese at the plate, looks at ball 1. Here's a second look at that last play. I think they had him if the play was made cleanly, but moving to his right, I think makes that a non-routine play for Evelina, though I'm sure a lot of baseball purists might disagree. Officially, it goes down as a hit for now. That could change. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Campese. And there's a swing and a miss. Here's one more look. I don't think the out was a sure thing either, though I think it was very likely. It would have taken a clean transfer and a strong throw against the speed of Kehoe as Campese strikes out. That will bring Vincent Weigel to the plate. Weigel got a rare game off in game one. And he takes a big swing at that first pitch and comes up empty. The wind beginning to pick up here at the College of Staten Island. You can see it as the flag whips around out in left field. And they check on Kehoe, who just gets back. Here comes the 0-1. There's another big swing and a miss by Weigel. Oh, 0-2 the count on the Dolphins' third baseman. Pitch on its way from Nielsen. That's fouled back. A.J. Vigliotti stands on deck. Barring a double play, he will get a chance to bat here in the first inning. And they'll check on Kehoe once again at first. As we mentioned during game one, CSI softball on the road. And Weigel looks at strike three there, but Dolphins softball on the road today. They dropped game one by a final score of 9-3 against the University of New Haven. Dolphins had an early lead in that game. That lead did not stand. Madison Edwards and Kelsey Strayer pitching for the Dolphins in game one. First pitch to Vigliotti misses low. Vigliotti 0 for 2 in game one. Comes to bat with a man on and 2 outs here in the first inning of game two. And he takes a second pitch downstairs. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. That finds the outside corner. Here comes the 2-1. That's blocked nicely behind the plate. Good job there by Riley to keep that in front of him, forcing Kehoe to stay put over at first base. 3-1 the count on the Dolphins' first baseman. Vigliotti at the plate. Kehoe commanding a lot of attention over at first. He's running, and Vigliotti fouls that one back. Well, Kehoe will certainly be running again on this next pitch. Count 3-2. 2 gone here in the home first. The payoff pitch on its way. And Vigliotti hits one well out to center field, but he got under it just a bit. And the catch is made for the final out of the inning. Michael Kehoe leads off the inning with a single. Nothing more for the Dolphins. They strand him on base. No score through 1.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. No score through one as that pitch skips in and up toward the Dolphins' dugout. Jack Rothenhausler is the batter. Rothenhausler in game one was 1 for 2 from the plate, 2 RBIs and a run scored. He's quickly ahead here, 2-0. And Keelty finds the zone with a strike. Lost his hat in the process. Comes to 2-1. That misses for ball 3. And that misses for ball 4. Very quickly, the Warriors have a leadoff base runner. That will bring Matt Ervelina to the plate. Ervelina in game one got the start, went 1 for 2 with a pair of walks and 3 runs scored. We'll see how Aiden Keelty manages the base runners, and he will throw over to first. Rothenhausler with just 8 stolen base attempts on the year. He's been successful 6 times. Throw goes to second as the runner was going on the pitch, and that throw is not in time. Pitch is in for a called strike 2. So Rothenhausler steals his 7th base of the year in 9 attempts. The Warriors have a runner in scoring position with nobody out. Rothenhausler with a big lead at second. And that is sent out to right field. And initially breaking in on that ball was the right fielder Crocco, but he ranges back to make the catch. That will advance the runner to third. And Victor Cruz will be the batter. One away here in the road second. Cruz hit a big 2-run homer in game one. Ball carried a long way out onto the all-new track beyond the left field wall. A.J. Vigliotti was the first to hit a home run in that territory. We saw that last week. And that pitch misses inside for ball 2. Cruz ahead 2-0 now. Dolphins infield will concede a run on a ground ball to the middle as Cruz looks at ball 3. Comes the 3-0. That's over for a strike. Already action in the Dolphins bullpen. Believe that's Angelo DeFilippis throwing. And indeed it is. As that pitch sails up and away for ball 4. Kilty repeatedly losing his hat out on the mound. And we've seen that with some of the long-haired Dolphins over the last couple of years, but it's also a bit windy out there. I'm sure that doesn't help either. Jeremy Pajkiewicz is the batter, and that's at a mile high, just beyond the infield. And the catch is made by Cetera, who will jog the ball in toward the mound, and that will force the runner to hold at third. That will bring Connor Riley to the plate. Riley did not play in Game 1. Big opportunity here with runners on the corners and 2 outs. And that pickoff nearly got away. Great pick by Vigliotti. Kilty has the right idea. The Warriors have looked to run in these spots all day. I think the question also remains, will the Dolphins throw if the runner goes on this pitch and risk a runner coming in from third to score? Perhaps the Dolphins may choose to cut the throw off on its way to second in that scenario. We see that a lot over at the softball diamond, where the play is designed for one of the middle infielders to cut the throw off and send it home. As the runner is going, and as expected, the Dolphins cut the ball off, but they threw it away. Cetera chases it down. And a good throw may have given the Dolphins a chance over at third. We'll get a look on replay. That was executed well by the Dolphins, minus that throw to third. But they definitely set up the potential for a play over there. Don't think they had the runner, but I don't believe it was entirely out of the question either. Count now 2-0. Riley in the driver's seat right here, but first base is open. Shanley Wall stands in the on-deck circle as Kilty loses the hat once again and is now behind 3-0. Comes the 3-0 pitch. That catches the corner for a strike. Dolphins pitching staff has had command issues all day, and you have to think the cold weather is a part of that. This isn't something we've seen in some of the warmer weather games we've covered. As that's sliced foul, and the count is now full. Three and two the count, 2 away here in the top half of the second. Aiden Kilty looking for 2 scoreless innings. And he's got it. Swing and a miss by Riley for strike 3. And Aiden Kilty strands 2 in scoring position in the top half of the second. we head to the home half of inning number 2. No score between the Dolphins and Warriors.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Bottom of the second inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. No score between the Dolphins and the Warriors. CSI will have 5, 6, and 7 due up. Martin, Iracy, Salito. And Thomas Martin will get things started. Jack Nielsen back to the mound for the Warriors. He pitched a scoreless first inning, allowed just one base hit. Aiden Kilty stranded a pair in the top half of this second inning. Dolphins looking for their first lead of this game, their first lead of the day, and Martin looks at a strike. I touched on it during Game 1. We haven't seen nearly as much of Martin in the lineup this year as he swings and misses for strike 2. Martin last season was hitting near the top of the Dolphins lineup, at times in the middle of the order. His best season came 2 years ago. Finds himself in a 2-strike hole here. Comes the 0-2. And that is in for a called strike 3. Quickly one away here in the home second. And Anthony Iracy will be the batter. First pitch to Iracy, misses inside for ball 1. Iracy entered the day hitting .227 on the season. And the 1-0 is in for a called strike. That's down and away for ball 2. Comes to 2-1. And Iracy takes ball 3. The freshman ahead in the count now, 3-1. Pitch from Nielsen is swung on and fouled back. Good cut by Iracy on 3-1. And the count runs full. Comes the payoff pitch. And Iracey chased out of the zone for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Jack Nielsen. Nielsen has now struck out 4. And Joe Solito will be the batter. Solito 1 of 9 on the season. Has appeared in 11 games. And he goes after the first pitch and pops it up. And that will land in foul territory where the catch is made by Rothenhausler for the final out of the second inning. Dolphins go down quickly, 1-2-3 in the bottom half of inning number 2. Still no score, headed to the third.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back for the third inning. New pitcher for the Dolphins, Angelo DeFilippis, who was warming up in the bullpen during the previous inning. The numbers for DeFilippis on the season: he has appeared in 4 games, including 2 starts. He's pitched to an 18.41 ERA and 7 1/3. He's allowed 15 hits, 16 runs, 15 of those earned. He has walked 6 and struck out 6. Opposing batters hitting .417 against him. A chance here today for DeFilippis to get things right out on the mound. He had a tough outing in the series finale against Queens, and that really inflated his ERA. You toss aside that one outing where he really struggled in the opening inning, and the numbers are a lot better. Nine, 1, and 2 due up for the Warriors. And Shanley Wall will be the batter. He looks at a strike. Wall did not play in Game 1. And he takes that pitch inside. Comes the 1-1. That's chopped foul. DeFilippis ahead of Wall, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2. And that misses down and away. The Dolphins got 2 quality innings from Aiden Keelty. I was a bit surprised to see Keelty get the start, given that A, he hasn't started this year, and B, he's been one of the first arms out of the Dolphins' bullpen in high-leverage situations. The Dolphins are trying to protect the lead, are trying to keep a game within striking distance, particularly their most meaningful games against conference opponents. Keelty has typically been one of the first pitchers to enter the game. I presume that's why it was 2 innings and done for Keelty, as that pitch is chopped foul, but he pitched well. Much like the Dolphin pitchers who came before him in Game 1, the biggest issue for him was command. He did not allow a hit. Stranded 2 on base in the second. DeFilippis will look to keep this game scoreless here in the third. And that breaking ball sails way outside as DeFilippis issues the leadoff walk. Ben Pirapavel will be the batter. Runner going. Throw by Campese, skips in, not in time. Think a good throw had him. We'll get a second look on replay. That will have to wait until after this next pitch. Here comes the 1-0. That misses high for ball 2. Here's another look at that last stolen base attempt. That throw a bit to the left of the bag from the perspective behind home plate, and I think that cost the Dolphins the potential for an out. That pitch is in for a strike. We saw the Dolphins with 2 errant pickoff attempts in Game 1 and 2 throws to second that went awry and ended up in center field. That's sliced foul. And Pirapavel now has an even count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The 2-2 pitch on its way. And that's hit hard off the glove of Vigliotti. And that's going to be the first hit for the Warriors. That was a rocket. Good reactions by Vigliotti just to get a glove on it. Could not hold on. Here's a second look. That reaction by Vigliotti certainly saved a run, as Wall was forced to hold over at third. I should say he advanced to third and stopped there as that pickoff gets away and the game's first run will come home. Vigliotti got a piece, but once again a low pickoff. Dolphins trail 1-0. Runner going. Good throw by Campese. And the runner is out. That's the first out of the inning. And that was a strong throw by the Dolphins catcher. I mentioned it during Game 1. If the Dolphins were going to put their best defensive catcher in the game, that would probably be Campese, as that's hit well out to deep right field, and that lands at the base of the wall. And that's going to be a triple off the bat of Mike Kelly. That ball was hit a long way out to right. Second hit of the game for East Stroudsburg. And they now have a man on third with just 1 out. Here's a look at that last shot by Kelly. Not often we see home runs travel over that right field fence. More often home runs go to left. Though in the past we have seen home runs to right, I have never seen a home run hit to center here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Cameron Hubbard is the batter, and he looks at ball 1, but hitting a home run into either gap or over the center field wall, very tough to do. As Hubbard took a big cut at that last pitch. Count even at 1-1 strike. I think the most notable home run that I recall seeing hit here at the CSI Baseball Complex by an opponent, and Hubbard was hit by that pitch right on the hand. On a day like today, that's tough. And Hubbard will jog down to first, but I can't recall if the Dolphins were playing in this particular game, but it was a visiting team during the CUNYAC Championship Tournament. Years back, we had a grand slam hit over the right field wall. If I'm not mistaken, the last Dolphin to hit a home run over the right field wall, at least in a game that I called, was Thomas Joyce. That may have been 3 years ago. I believe that was 3 seasons back. That pitch is low. Of course, Vigliotti hit a home run over the left field wall last week. Nick Cipoletti has gone deep over that left field wall. Shendi Ulaj has gone deep over that left field wall as that's chopped to third, and it gets by Weigel and into left field for a base hit. Going first to third is Hubbard, and it's an RBI single off the bat of Jack Rothenhausler. Scores now 2-0 East Stroudsburg. Runners on the corners with 1 out now. Matt Orvalina will be the batter. Orvalina's 0 for 1, and he looks at a called strike. It's chopped down the line, foul. The count's quickly 0-2. Last season, Shendi Ulaj led the Dolphins with 3 home runs. Nick Cipoletti had a pair. I know Alan Morrell, I almost said Aaron, excuse me. Alan Morrell went deep over that left field wall as well as I take a look at last year's Dolphins home run hitters. If I'm not mistaken, those were all of the home runs hit here at home. Those are the ones I remember best. 0-2 the count. DeFilippis looking for a big strikeout. That's chopped toward third, and the Dolphins can't make the play. That will bring home another run, and it looked like Salido may have turned his ankle on that play. Victor Cruz will be the batter. And they're going to give Salido some time. Here's a second look at that play. Again, we do apologize for having just one camera today. Though admittedly, it does make my job a bit easier as a one-man crew. You saw Salido go down. He was trying to back up Weigel, who didn't have a play. And then Salido lost his footing on the infield dirt. You can see the skid mark from where he went down. Still just 1 out in the inning. The Warriors' lead is 3 runs, and Cruz takes a strike. Cruz without an official at bat in this game. He walked his first time up, and they're going to pay close attention to the runner over at first. Orvalina over at first base, though. Our live stats have him on second base. I know Lewis will fix that. Perhaps a bit of predictive programming as he was running on that last pitch. And that diving catch is made in center field. What a play. That will allow a run to score. But Michael Kehoe with a full extension diving catch to save a base hit. And with that, the Warriors do take a 4-run lead, but that play is worth a second look. Really hard to see how good of a play that was on this replay. As we'll wind that back a bit further. And there you see Kehoe with the full extension dive and grab. There goes Ervelina. Throw skips in off the glove of Solito and into the outfield. It was backed up by Cetera, and Ervelina goes first to third. That pitch missed for ball one. Jeremy Piakevich at the plate. He's 0 for 1 in the game. And the 1-0 pitch misses for ball two. Four runs home for the Warriors here in the third. Comes to 2-0. That's in for a strike. CSI softball is underway in Game 2 against the University of New Haven. The Dolphins once again lead 1-0 early. They led in Game 1. That lead got away. They fell behind 2-1, tied the game at 2, and ultimately lost by several runs. I'd have to double check to get the final in that game. I believe it was 9-3. As that pitch is taken for ball four. Piakevich on with the walk. And that will bring Connor Riley to the plate. Riley is 0 for 1. Chance here in an RBI spot. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. And that's lined out to straightaway right. But Krocko is there to make the catch for the final out of the inning. But not before East Stroudsburg scores 4 times. They lead the Dolphins 4-0, heading to the bottom of the third.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
We are moments away from the start of the home third inning here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins now trail 4-0. Aiden Keelty got the start for CSI. He pitched 2 scoreless innings. Things did not go well in the last half inning, in part because of the Dolphins' defense. They were charged with a couple of errors in that inning. I think our official tally has 2 of the runs earned. We'll double-check that, but if I'm not mistaken, it's 2 earned runs so far allowed by Dolphins pitching. And that is indeed the case. All 4 runs charged to Angelo DeFilippis out of the Dolphins bullpen. Just 2 of those earned. DeFilippis allowed 3 hits and walked a couple in that last inning. All 3 Dolphin errors came in that last inning, so that was my mistake. All 3 errors were charged in the top half of the third. And Anthony Cetera hits one on the ground to short. And he's quickly retired on 1 pitch for the first out in the home third inning. That will bring Michael Crocco to the plate. This is Crocco's first start of the season. He's still looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 10. And that's sliced foul. Crocco, one of the longest tenured Dolphins. If I'm not mistaken, he's from the same class of players as Stephen Kalika, John Esposito, Kevin Ryan, Dominic Castiglione. That group of Dolphins has been here almost as long as I have. And I've been here for a while. Here comes the 1-1. That's fouled away. I called my first Dolphins baseball game in 2016. If I'm not mistaken, that group of players arrived in 2018, which would make all of them 4 or perhaps officially 5-year seniors, as Crocco has his first hit of the season, and the Dolphins have their second hit of the game. Now, Crocco is on with a 1-out single, and that will bring up Michael Kehoe. Kehoe singled his first time up. Up until that Crocco base hit, Kehoe had the only Dolphins hit, and he takes ball 1. When Crocco, Esposito, Kalika, and Ryan arrived here at CSI, along with Castiglione, sometimes hard to remember all 5, but want to make sure we give all of our seniors their due, and there will likely be more seniors this year. I believe Shendi Ulaj is in his final season with the team, and there could be more Dolphins that are graduating this year than there are seniors as a result of the 2020 season being wiped out. So a lot of players listed on the roster as juniors will graduate this year. As the 1-1 to Kehoe skips in, but when those 5 players arrived here at CSI, the Dolphins were still a Division III program. And not many players who were a part of CSI athletics during the Division III days were still around to see the day when the Dolphins were eligible for the postseason in Division II. Very few players with that distinction. As that ball's hit out very shallow and the catch is made on the heel of the outfield grass. And there are 2 gone. Chris Velasquez and Brian Gomez and Justin Cardenas of men's basketball all got to experience both Division III competition and Division II competition. Though I'm not sure Cardenas was on a D3 roster. He certainly was a 4-year senior, but that may have included the 2019, or I should say the 2020-2021 season, which was wiped out. The Dolphins did not play that year. The top 4 teams in the East Coast Conference will make the playoffs this year. The Dolphins very much in the mix thus far. They are 2-6 in conference play, but they've taken on arguably the best team in the conference in Malloy. Sure, other teams may have something to say about that, but the Spartans, the Lions, typically battling it out atop the conference. Queens certainly in that conversation as well. D'Youville not eligible for the postseason this year. The Dolphins, in their history against the Saints and in their history against Lincoln University of Pennsylvania, have gotten the better of those two teams. So if they can do that again this year, they put themselves in a good spot. Next up on the conference schedule, 3 games, or I should say 3 days worth of games against Mercy. We'll talk more about that after this break. Dolphins trail 4-0. We're through 3 here at the CSI Baseball Complex.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
New pitcher into the game for the Dolphins. CSI got 2 innings out of their starter, Aiden Keelty, 1 inning from Angelo DeFilippis, and now making his first appearance on the mound this season is Nick Cipoletti. I certainly have not seen Cipoletti pitch, and we'll have to take a look at his career stats and see if he has ever pitched before. I feel like he has, maybe once. And we will double-check that in just a moment. He did pitch once last year. I thought so. The question is, in what game? And we'll have to find that out in just a minute. He recorded 2 outs in that appearance, allowed 3 hits and 2 runs. Both were earned. He walked 2, did not have a strikeout. That pitches it out into left field and foul. See if we can find what game it was that Cipoletti pitched in. Cipoletti pitched in a game against Mercy last year, and I have a feeling that might have been the exhibition game. There were 4 games played between the Dolphins and the Mavericks last year. One was an exhibition. It did not count in the conference standings, and I believe this was the game. Count 1 ball and 1 strike, and that's in for strike 2. So as I was saying before the break, 4 teams will make the playoffs in the East Coast Conference. The Dolphins very much in that conversation. In their history against D'Youville and Lincoln, the Dolphins have gotten the better of those matchups. And if they can do so again this year, that puts them in a position to qualify for the playoffs. The games against D'Youville will count in the conference standings. D'Youville cannot qualify for the postseason. The 1 and 2 skips in for a ball. Going to pull up the conference standings right now, and we'll get a look at those. Comes the 2 and 2. And that's it out to left center field. Hit well, and that will find the gap. That ball rolls all the way to the warning track. It's cut off by Kehoe. And stopping at second with a leadoff double is Shanley Wall. Ben Pirapava will be the batter. Pirapava is 1 for 2 in this game. That sails up and away for ball 1. Runner heading for third. He never had a chance, as Wall is out by a mile. Great throw by Campisi. They've challenged the Dolphins catcher a couple of times in this game. Hasn't gone all too well for the Warriors. Campisi's done a good job. Had one throw that was a bit to the left of the bag and one that skipped off the glove of Salido covering. But he's given the Dolphins a chance for an out on most of the stolen base attempts in this game. Count is 2 balls and 1 strike. That's in for a called strike 2. Comes the 2 and 2. That's chopped foul. So right now, the ECC standings are as follows. Malloy 7 and 1, Stack 6 and 2, Queens 3 and 1, Lincoln 2 and 2, D'Youville 3 and 5. Cannot qualify for the playoffs, as that's it out straight away, right? Crocco makes the catch, and there are 2 gone. Behind D'Youville, the Dolphins are 2 and 6, and Mercy is 1 and 7. So far, Malloy and Queens have gotten the better of the Dolphins 3 games to 1. The Dolphins would have to outperform 2 other teams to make the playoffs, excluding D'Youville. So it would have to be better than, for example, Lincoln and Mercy to get in. The Dolphins would have to have a better conference record than 2 other teams that are not the Saints, effectively, to make the playoffs. That's what it boils down to. The series coming up against the Mavericks is going to be a big one. That pitch is sent foul. Count 2 and 2 on Mike Kelly. After Heroes Day on Saturday, the Dolphins will have 6 days off. They will not play again until Friday of next week, when they will face the Mavericks. After their doubleheader with Alliance on Saturday, the Dolphins don't have any more non-conference games. It will be a weekend 4-game series against Mercy Friday through Sunday, April 14th through 16th. Then a weekend series at Lincoln Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. The Dolphins then have weekend series against Stack and Dewville to wrap up the season. We'll talk more about those after the break. Dolphins trail 4-0, heading to the bottom of the fourth.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
Home fourth inning about to get started from the College of Staten Island. 3, 4, and 5 due up for the Dolphins. Weigel, Vigliotti, and Martin. Before we went to break, I was talking a bit about the Dolphins' upcoming schedule, as I mentioned already. Doubleheader on Heroes Day against Alliance University on Saturday. And then after that, nothing but conference baseball remains. We may have had earlier in the season a postponement. I don't know if that became a cancellation. I'll have to double check that. I believe it was against Goldie Beacom. That was in the middle of March. I don't know if the Dolphins have rescheduled those games yet. So there could be one more non-conference doubleheader on the schedule, but right now, as it stands, nothing but conference games remaining after Saturday. Jack Nielsen's still in the game. He's pitched well. He's struck out 5, has allowed just a couple of base hits, and has kept the Dolphins scoreless. He'll have to contend with the middle of the CSI lineup here in the fourth. There is action in the Warriors' bullpen. So this might be it for Nielsen here in inning number 4. And Weigel fights off another one foul. I already mentioned the Dolphins will take on Mercy. 4 games next weekend. Single here at CSI on Friday. A double at Mercy on Saturday. And a single at CSI on Sunday. The following weekend, the Dolphins will travel to Lincoln, Pennsylvania. They will take on the Lions there. After that, the Dolphins will play 4 against St. Thomas Aquinas College the following weekend. A game at Stack on Friday, 2 here on Saturday, and 1 more at Stack on Sunday as Weigel grounds out for out number 1. taking a look at the way things are shaping up right now, and there's still plenty to be decided. But I would say that those games against Deauville in early May, Friday the 5th, Saturday the 6th, and Sunday the 7th, those are going to be 3 games you don't want to miss. I think those games will likely determine the Dolphins' fate in the playoff chase. As Vigliotti pops one up in foul territory, and that lands out of play. Given the history between the Dolphins and the Saints in terms of CSI's success against Deauville, and given where the Dolphins stand right now in terms of playoff position, I think that at the very best, the Dolphins could clinch a playoff spot early in that series, but I think there's a good chance that the Dolphins' playoff hopes come down to the last game or two. Vigliotti's on with a 1-out single, and the Dolphins now have their 3rd hit of the game. That will bring Thomas Martin to the plate. Dolphins and Saints played here 2 years ago, and I remember that pair of games well because of a fluke play that happened very late in one of those games that allowed the Dolphins to win as Nielsen completely lost the grip on that baseball. It sails probably 8 to 10 feet over Martin's head, behind him and to the backstop. So that's as bad of a miss as we'll see all year. And that allows the runner to advance to second as well. Dolphins have a runner in scoring position. Thomas Martin at the plate. And he hits one a mile high on the infield. Foul territory. And the catch is made by Cruz for out number 2. But as I was saying, the Dolphins against Deauville a couple of years back trailed, I believe, by 3 runs. And I'll have to go back to 2021 and find that particular game. But it was a memorable game where the Dolphins were trailing. And then on a fly ball to center field that fell, the Dolphins scored 3 runs. And that allowed CSI to come back and win the game. That season, the Dolphins swept Deauville. Back then, they played just 3 conference games. That total has now changed to 4. And the Dolphins, in terms of personnel, have suffered a bit for that. Esposito, Rice, Kehoe, and Kalika have all given the Dolphins quality innings this year, but when the Dolphins have had to go to a pitcher like Kalika out of the bullpen, that removes him from consideration to start late in those 4-game series. And when that happens, the Dolphins have to go to a starting pitcher that doesn't typically get many starts. Dolphins are 4 deep in the rotation, and they haven't really started anyone else outside of those 4 in conference games, as we'll have a play at the plate, and Vigliotti beats the throw, and Riley sails one about 15 feet over the second baseman's head and into center field. So Anthony Iracy has an RBI single. The Dolphins are on the board with their 4th hit, and the score is now 4-1. Here's a second look at that hit by Iracy. That ball got in on his hands. He flared it into shallow right field. Vigliotti into score standing, and there you see the high throw to second. A good throw, and they certainly had Iracy out. I don't think there's much of a question. Joe Salito is the batter. He looks at a strike. Salito is 0 for 1 in this game. Appeared tweaked something in his leg after he took a fall in the infield. Slipped on the dirt, went down, and Riley, behind the plate, lost that ball for the Warriors and had to scramble to get to it. As Iracy advances to third, and the count evens up on Salido at 1 strike. But it looked like Salido was shaken up. Fortunately, he's okay, remained in the game, and now has a chance to make this a 2-run game. This one's far from over. Dolphins have kept themselves within striking distance with over 3 innings to go. That's chopped foul. And the count is now 1 strikes on Salido. The Dolphins still have the lead over the University of New Haven. 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th. Alexandra Frenza has allowed just 1 hit. That catches the outside corner for a called strike 3. Salido goes down looking. The Dolphins strand a runner on third, but they score for the first time today. And East Stroudsburg now leads it 4-1.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards families, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Fifth inning from the CSI Baseball Complex as Nick Cipoletti returns to the mound. He pitched a scoreless 4th inning. The Dolphins got 1 run back. The score now 4-1. Count 1 strike on Cameron Hubbard. Hubbard is 0 for 1 in this game. And he's now behind 1-2. They've gone to the top of the 5th inning in West Haven. Dolphins lead the Chargers on the softball diamond 1-0. Comes to 1-2. And Hubbard is hit by the pitch. Second time Hubbard's been hit. Was hit in the hand and took that one right off the back. Both teams with 4 hits in this game. But once again, the Dolphins have been plagued by errors. So that pitch is fouled away. Now, there is action in the Dolphins bullpen. Nick Cipoletti got the start at shortstop in Game 1, is now on the mound. Game 1 starting second baseman is warming up in the bullpen. That's Jake Myers. I'm certain that Myers pitched last year. I was unsure about Cipoletti. Myers definitely pitched at least one game last year, and should he get in, we'll take a look back at that outing. And that is hit just foul down the third base line, and Jack Rothenhausler is now behind 1-2. Rothenhausler in this game is 1 for 1. Hubbard thought about going, stopped, as that's hit deep to left center field. That ball's carrying well. Did Kehoe hold on? He did! What a catch by Michael Kehoe once again, as he makes that grab on the run in the left center field gap. That is two fantastic plays from the Dolphins center fielder in this game. That was also some shot by Rothenhausler, who was robbed by Kehoe. Here's a second look. It's going to be really tough to see. Our window might need some Windex. It's also been covered in rain for much of the day, but that's the best look we have right now. And Kehoe makes another incredible play out in center. There goes the runner. Throw by Campisi, just a bit off. And that's a stolen base. When Campisi has missed with his throws, it's been to the left of second base. He's done a good job preventing steals of third. He's thrown out a couple of runners over there already. Count now even on Matt Ervelina at 1-1 strike. Cipoletti takes a look towards second, and that is lined over to short. And Salido never had a chance there. Tough hop. That's the fifth hit of the game for the Warriors. And they now have runners on the corners with just one out. It was a good job on the infield today to make it more than playable, as we received a lot of unexpected rain early in the day. It looks like it's finally cleared up, but we have seen some really tough hops on that infield as the runner is going and Ervelina is out. So the Warriors challenge Campisi again, and once again Campisi makes them pay. If I'm not mistaken, that's the fourth caught stealing of the game. Campisi's done a good job. That breaking ball sails high. Now, I thought the signal was 1-0, unless that was a signal from the home plate umpire in reverse. Some umpires signal the count in reverse. Others just throw up the count as it would look from their perspective. Same goes with fouls in basketball. Sometimes the referees will throw up the number for you in reverse so that you can properly distinguish it. And Cipoletti stays with that ball and makes a tough catch as he nonchalantly flips the ball back onto the infield. 2 scoreless innings for the Dolphins reliever. His team trails 4-1, heading to the bottom half of the fifth.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Quinn Warmkessel will be the new pitcher for the Warriors when we get started here in the bottom half of inning number 5. For the Dolphins, 1 run on 4 hits in this game. The Warriors with just 4 runs on 5 hits after they scored 11 in Game 1. And what it's come down to here in Game 2, Dolphins pitching has done a much better job finding the strike zone, and Nick Campese behind the plate has thrown out 4 base stealers, and that makes a big difference. The Dolphins struggled for outs in the first game, and once runners were on base, CSI really didn't have an answer for slowing down the running game. It's been a big step in the right direction here in Game 2, and the Dolphins hope they can make this one a bit closer. CSI still has 9 outs to play with. Keep in mind this is a 7-inning game in the back half of a doubleheader. As that's chopped to the left side, might be a tough play. And that is a great job by Cruz once again. That is the second great play he's made on the move over at third base today. And there's quickly 1 out. At the NCAA level, the difference between good teams and great teams very often is plays like this one. Cruz has done a great job over at third base today. Michael Crocco is the batter. He looks at ball 1. Crocco had a hit his first time up. He's 1 for 1 at the plate. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. And Crocco just got a piece. That's a foul ball. Speaking of great defensive plays, the man on deck, Michael Kehoe, has made 2 of them in center field. A full extension diving catch and a running grab in the gap that robbed Jack Rothenhausler of an extra base hit. It also helped keep this a 3-run game, as a run undoubtedly would have scored if Kehoe didn't make that catch. Crocco is now ahead in the count, 3-1. Dolphins need a couple of base runners to get the tying run to the plate. That's hit to the right side. And the throw to first is in time to retire Crocco. That will bring Michael Kehoe to the plate. Kehoe is 1 for 2. Kehoe, Vigliotti, Iraci, and Crocco all 1 for 2 at the plate through 2 passes in the order. They account for the 4 Dolphins hits. Comes the 1-0. That's in for a strike. Comes the 1-1. That's fouled back. Good thing our outdoor camera wasn't there. That was right toward the camera well, a.k.a. our defunct elevator. Last time that worked was probably the spring of 2019. As Kehoe did hold up the swing there, and the count is even at 2. Comes the 2-2 pitch. And Kehoe offered at that one, and he's going to take first base. That was certainly a wild pitch by my estimation. And the Dolphins have a 2-out base runner. Credit Warmkessel with a strikeout. And the Dolphins are afforded new life here in the 5th. Nick Campese, we'll see if he can make the most of that opportunity. Campese hitless in this game. He's 0 for 2. And he looks at strike. There's a lot of noise coming from down the hill over at the softball diamond where NYU is playing. Had the chance to call a few games for them last year. A new catcher entered the game in this half inning for the Warriors as well. Tim Haverstick behind the plate. And he couldn't block that one, as it looked like that one bounced, which would make it another wild pitch. That allows Kehoe to move into scoring position. And with a base hit here, the Dolphins could cut this lead to 2. The count on Campese is 2-1. Campese out there without the batting gloves on a very cold day with the aluminum bat. And he hits one softly toward the middle. It's fielded on a bounce, and the throw is in time to retire Campese for the final out of the inning. Dolphins get a 2-out base runner on a wild pitch third strike, but they strand Kehoe in scoring position at second. Our score remains 4-1, headed to the 6th.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
First pitch of the 6th inning upcoming here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail by 3. Our score 4-1. And Jake Myers is on to pitch for the Dolphins. He relieves Nick Cipoletti, who pitched 2 scoreless innings out of the Dolphins bullpen. As promised, I will take a look at the pitching history for Myers, who I'm certain has gotten into a game before. That would have been last season, potentially 2 years ago, but we'll check that out right now. Myers did pitch last year and did not allow a run in 2/3 of an inning against the University of Bridgeport. This is the first time that Myers has pitched this season. Count even here. At 2 balls and 2 strikes on Pajakevich, and that's fouled away. Here comes another 2-2 pitch. That's it sharply on the ground to first, handled by Vigliotti, and he steps on the bag for the first out. That will bring Tim Haverstick to the plate. First at bat of the game for Haverstick, who came on behind the plate during the last half inning, and he takes low for ball 1. Comes the 1-0, and that misses outside. And the 2-0 misses in the dirt for ball 3. Update from West Haven. Dolphins in a very precarious spot here. The bases are loaded with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th, as Myers issues a walk there. 4-pitch walk drawn by Haverstick, and Shanley Wall will be the batter. The Chargers have just tied the game. New Haven had the bases loaded with 2 outs, and Alexandra Frenza missed with 4 straight pitches to walk in the tying run. The bases remain loaded in that game, and Frenza has missed with the first pitch for ball 1 to the next batter as well, so we'll see what comes of that. I'm sure the Dolphins were hoping that Frenza could go the distance in that game. She was cruising right along and has run into trouble here in the 5th. We'll keep you updated on the score in that game as that pitch is in for a strike. Wall is 1 for 1 at the plate in this game. He's drawn a walk as well. Count even at 1. Haverstick the runner at first, and Wall takes a strike. Sidearm delivery from Myers, who misses for ball 2. Haven't watched closely enough to see if he's delivered every pitch that way. And he does not. I thought that was an outlier, as Myers misses for ball 3. Count is full. We'll see if they send Haverstick here. They do not, and that misses for ball 4. Ben Pirapavel is the batter. Pirapavel is 1 for 3. He comes to the plate here with 2 on and 1 out. And Myers will step off. First pitch from Myers on its way. Pirapavel shows bunt. Question is, did he get a piece? I'm not sure. I don't think so. That goes up on the scoreboard as ball 1. Campese looking for signs from the dugout after that last show of bunt by Pira Pavel. That's in for a strike. No action in either bullpen. Both pitching staffs have done a pretty good job in this game. The Dolphins had one bad inning where they committed 3 errors. That allowed 2 unearned runs to score. Were it not for those 2 unearned runs, this would be a 1-run game right now, and the entire complexion of this game changes. As it stands, the Warriors have a chance to break it open here with an extra base hit. And that's hit well out to left center, but the wind just knocks that ball down in the gap, and Kehoe makes the catch for the second out.
Now batting the center fielder, number 2, Mike Kelly.
That will bring Mike Kelly to the plate. He's 1 for 3. Big out here for Jake Myers and the Dolphins in order to remain well within striking distance. Any more than a 3-run deficit makes things very tough. I would presume that Quinn Warmkessel returns to the mound for the Warriors in the next half inning, as that pitch sails high for ball 2. The temperature here at the College of Staten Island is dropping quickly. It has gotten very cold very fast. You can feel it through the window, which is open just a crack. The audio doesn't sound quite the same. With all of the windows closed, you can't hear anything going on outside. And Myers misses with 4 straight to Kelly. And that will bring Cameron Hubbard to the plate. Hubbard with just 1 official at bat in the game. He's 0 for 1. Big opportunity here. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. The Warriors lead by 3. That's skied in the air down the right field line. Could be trouble. And that's a fair ball. That will score 2 runs. And that's a tough break for the Dolphins right there, as Cameron Hubbard delivers a very unorthodox 2 RBI single. And that makes it 6-1. We'll take a look at that again. I'm not sure how clearly you'll be able to see it, if at all, and it looks like you won't be able to see it, as the scope of our camera does not include the area right along the right field line, so we'll stay away from the replay for now. Tough break for Jake Myers and the Dolphins as they fall behind by 5. Off the bat, you could tell that was trouble. 3 Dolphins converged around that ball, but none of them had a great angle. Runner going from first. Campisi's throw a good one, but that was a huge jump for Hubbard over at first base. It's tough when you have pitchers who haven't had many innings this year trying to manage the run game of the opposition. And Myers misses inside for ball 2. When Cipolletti had base runners, Campisi really helped him in erasing those via the caught stealing. Myers hasn't had that luxury, and he's now behind 3-1. At the plate is Jack Rothenhausler. He's 1 for 2. Could very easily be 2 for 2. Was robbed by Kehoe in left center his last time up, and he takes ball 4. That will bring Matt Ervelina to the plate. Ervelina is 1 for 3. He takes outside. And the 1-0 misses for ball 2. Ervelina might be able to put this one out of reach with an extra base hit. Myers hoping to keep the Dolphins alive. And he finds the zone for the first time. Campese nearly threw that away as he threw behind the runner at first. Figliotti and Rothenhausler almost collided. That was a dangerous play in more ways than one. There's a great stop by Campese on that 2-1 pitch, as that was about 2 feet outside, maybe more. And the count runs to 3-1. And the 3-1 finds the zone for a called strike 2. Comes the 3-2 pitch. And that's hit well out to left field. And that is over everyone. It lands at the base of the fence. That will clear the bases. It is a bases clearing 3 RBI double for Matt Ervelina. And he has broken this game wide open. The Warriors now lead it 9-1. That will bring Victor Cruz to the plate. Cruz already has a big hit from game 1 earlier in the day, a 2-run homer. There you get a look at that bases clearing double by Ervelina. The wind blowing in all sorts of directions right now. At the moment, it's blowing right to left. A few moments ago, it was blowing in. And Myers quickly falls behind 2-0 against Cruz. Meanwhile, in West Haven, I mentioned before, the Dolphins were working with the bases loaded as Cruz is hit by that pitch. He takes first base. But New Haven had loaded the bases against the Dolphins. Alexandra Frenza walked in the tying run. The Chargers went on to score 6 times in the 5th inning. And they now lead CSI 6-1. That inning really spiraled out of control following that walk. After that, there was a hit batter. Oh, that can't be right. Winding it back, a walk tied the game. A walk brought in the go-ahead run. The Dolphins changed pitchers. A single plated 2, and a triple plated 2 more. That made it 6-1. The Dolphins finally got out of it with a strikeout to end the inning after 6 runs it scored. Just 3 hits in that inning for the Chargers. Here at the baseball complex, the Dolphins trail 9-1. Myers looking for the 3rd out. That should do it. Weigel goes the short way to second, and the side is retired. Warriors leave 2 on base in the 6th. They trail CSI, or they lead CSI 9-1.
Cobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Home sixth inning getting started from the CSI baseball complex. The Dolphins trail 9-1. Entering this inning, it was a 3-run game, but East Stroudsburg scores 5 in the top half of the sixth against Jake Myers. Dolphins had a chance with 2 outs and a run yet to score, but the Dolphins could not get that third and final out, as the Warriors went on to score 5 times with 2 away. The big blow, a bases clearing double by Matt Ervelina. Vincent Weigel leading things off for the Dolphins here in the home sixth. He's quickly ahead 3-0. That pitch finds the zone for a strike. Quinn Warmkessel back to the mound for the Warriors, working in his second inning of relief. And he misses for ball 4. That will bring A.J. Vigliotti to the plate. Vigliotti is 1 for 2. And Vigliotti looks at a strike. In case you missed it, upcoming schedule for the rest of the week. CSI softball returns home on Friday. The Dolphins have played 3 doubleheaders in the last 3 days. And credit to softball for their fortitude through all of that. That is not easy to do. Dolphins were in just about all 6 of those games. They lost badly to Mercy in their first game against the Mavericks on Monday, bounced back, won game 2. A lead got away from them in the first game of Tuesday's doubleheader. Check that. The Mavericks doubleheader was Tuesday. They won Game 1 against Chestnut Hill on Monday. Game 2 got away against the Griffins. They lost badly to the Mavericks in Game 1 on Tuesday. Won Game 2. As that's a tough hop. That goes down as a hit. Weigel goes first to third. He's safe. And the Dolphins have runners on the corners with nobody out. But as I was saying, softball on Monday defeated Chestnut Hill in Game 1, 9-8. Game 2 got away in the final half inning. The Dolphins lost 5-4. They lost by 10 to Mercy in Game 1 on Tuesday. Won Game 2 by a single run. Had the lead in Game 1 against New Haven. That game got away. Had the lead once again in Game 2. And that lead is long gone as the Dolphins trail by 5. And it looked like that one just hit off the glove of the catcher. Now, is that a new catcher is the question. It might be, as both runners move up a base for the Dolphins and they score for the second time. Dolphins now trail 9-2. And I think we have a new catcher in the game. The question is, who is that? That does not look like a 22. So we'll have to try and figure out who that is behind the plate. From here, that looks like a 10. Number 10 is Matt Tancred. Oh, I believe that's Tancred behind the plate. But I would have to check and make sure. We don't have radio communication with field level, but I'm fairly certain that's him. And there's a half-hearted swing by Martin for strike 2. Thomas Martin 0 for 2 at the plate in this game. Chance here with a runner in scoring position. Still nobody out. And that gets away. That evens the count at 2. Vigliotti goes second to third. He's advanced 2 bases on wild pitches and or pass balls. We'll have to see how those were scored. The first one was certainly a pass ball. That one may have bounced, but really tough to tell from directly behind the plate. If that is indeed Matt Tancred behind the plate, he is not listed on the roster as a catcher. And Martin takes ball 3, so good at bat here from Martin. It has very quickly gotten extremely cold here at the College of Staten Island. Hard to believe how quickly the temperature has dropped as Martin draws the walk. Dolphins now have runners on the corners with nobody out. And Anthony Iracy will be the batter. Iracy is 1 for 2. And time is called by the Warriors dugout. Head coach of the Warriors is John Kamansky. He is in his 16th season at the helm for East Stroudsburg. Has to be happy with the way his team has performed this year. 25-4 coming into the second game with the Dolphins. There is action in the bullpen for East Stroudsburg. Vincent Tsunami warming up in the Warriors bullpen. Iracy chops one down the third baseline. Foul ball. And not by much. That one was ticketed for the left field corner. If it had stayed fair. Oh, 0-1 the count on the Dolphins left fielder. Pitch on its way. There's a big swing and a miss by Iracy for strike 2. I began to mention it before. The upcoming schedule for the week takes us to the softball diamond on Friday as Iracy strikes out on 3 pitches. We're right back here at the baseball complex the following day on Saturday for Heroes Day. Be sure to join us for that. We are off on Easter Sunday. Not everybody is. NYU is playing on Sunday, as that is a foul ball as well. So NYU has a doubleheader on Easter, which is very unusual. The Dolphins are off. I certainly will not be here. Actually, I had tickets to a Knick game on Sunday, only to realize it was Easter and that I can't go. So that was a bit unfortunate. The Knicks are playoff bound. For the first time in at least 15 years, I did not attend a single regular season game. And they'll say Salito offered at that pitch. He's a strikeout victim. And there are now 2 gone. I wasn't sure he went. For fans of the Knicks, it's an exciting time. This has to be the most hype I've seen around the team in quite a while. It just feels like there's a different buzz around this group than there was around the group that made the playoffs 2 years ago. That's chopped down the third base line by Anthony Cetera, and that ball rolls foul. The Rangers are also headed to the playoffs. The question is, who will they play? As a season ticket holder for both the Knicks and the Rangers, I was hoping the Knicks would get matched up with Brooklyn and that the Rangers would get matched up with the Devils. It looks like the Rangers will play the Devils in the playoffs. The Knicks are likely going to play Cleveland and would clinch that matchup with one more win, if I'm not mistaken. That's chopped to third. Cruz handles, and Cetera is out. So the Dolphins strand 2 on base. They get 1 run back, but they still trail by 7, headed to the 7th.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Seventh inning about to get started from the CSI Baseball Complex. And for the third time today, a Dolphin will make their pitching debut, as Christopher Hayes will be the new pitcher for the Dolphins. 2 scoreless innings from Nick Cipoletti in the 4th and the 5th. The Warriors scored 5 runs against Jake Myers in the 6th. And now Hayes will come on and pitch the 7th. So I made a mistake during the last half inning. I suspected that Matt Tankred may have been behind the plate, but that didn't seem right, as he was listed as a first baseman and pitcher on the roster for East Stroudsburg. That was a 9, not a 0, that I was trying to make out through the catching equipment. Tommy Ajan is the batter. He was the catcher as well during the last half inning. So Ajan behind the plate during the last half inning gets his first at bat of game 2 here against Hayes, and Hayes finds the strike zone for the first time. The count is 2-1. That's hit in the air, out to shallow left center, and the catch is made on the run by Iracy for the first out. Game 2 has wrapped up for softball in West Haven as the Dolphins fall 6-1. Dolphins led 1-0 in each game against the Chargers. Could not come away with a win after splitting doubleheaders each of the last 2 days. Dolphins get tomorrow off, and we're back on the air Friday. Overall, the weather has been very cooperative to softball this year. They haven't had to cancel many games, if any. They've been able to reschedule just about everything. In the past, we've had plenty of cancellations on the softball schedule, especially cancellations of non-conference games. Really tough to get all those games in with the necessity of playing all of the conference games. Sometimes just not enough days in the months of March and April. But this year, if I'm not mistaken, the Dolphins have only had to postpone 1 doubleheader, or at least postpone it more than a couple of weeks. The doubleheader with DeUville had to be moved several times. Those games took place last week. But those games were only moved a couple of days. Hayes misses with that pitch for ball 2 after issuing a 1-out walk. But the only doubleheader that had to be moved into the distant future for softball, I believe it was with Goldie Beacom, though that might be the baseball games against Goldie Beacom that were canceled. Nonetheless, I do think softball had to move one of their doubleheaders toward the end of the year. I do remember rescheduling something, but I could be mistaken. Either way, they have played a lot of games in a very condensed period of time. Hayes has issued another walk. And there are 2 on. Shanley Wall stands over at second. The runner on first is Jack Chapman, and Mike Kelly is the batter. Kelly is 1 for 3 in this game. Pinch runner over at first. Jack Gensemer will run. Chapman's day is done. And that pitch misses inside. There is action in the Dolphins bullpen. Stephen Kalika is throwing. I would guess they give Hayes 2 more batters to get things right. But if he was to walk 2 more, I think he'd be done, as that misses up and away for ball 2. And the concern here isn't the walks. It's that these pitches haven't been close. It has turned into a frigid evening here at the College of Staten Island. It has gotten very cold. And you have to think that is impacting the pitchers right now. Hayes has really struggled with his command since coming in. And Mike Morrow was halfway onto the field before that last pitch was even delivered. So it looks like Hayes is done. The bases are loaded. 3 straight walks by the Dolphins' right-hander will force CSI to make a call to the bullpen. Stephen Kalika will come in. He inherits 3 base runners. And the Warriors now have a chance to score in double figures for the second straight game. Dolphins pitching had done a good job in this game up until the 6th inning. And they simply couldn't get that final out. Myers was very close to a 1-2. I shouldn't say a 1-2-3 inning, a scoreless inning is what I should say. But Myers was within 1 out of putting up a 0 and then proceeded to give up 5 runs. Good 2-out hitting by the Warriors and a big bases clearing double by Matt Ervelina gave East Stroudsburg an 8-run lead at the time. That lead has since been cut to 7, but that lead never in any jeopardy. And who knows how the Dolphins may have played this game a bit differently if the score was 2-1 instead of 4-1. 2 unearned runs came home in the 3rd inning that helped make it 4-1 East Stroudsburg. And if the game is 2-1 instead, maybe, just maybe, the Dolphins managed their bullpen a little bit differently. But in a 3-run game on a day where the team has really struggled for offense, Dolphins went with relievers who were making their season debut in Cipoletti, Myers, and Hayes. First pitch from Stephen Kalika misses for ball 1. Kalika appearing in a game for the 8th time this year. He started 4 times. And he misses with back-to-back pitches to open up his outing. Colin Houck is the batter. And he takes a strike. Houck, a pinch hitter, at the plate for the first time in this game, and he takes a big cut there as he comes up empty for strike 2. I already mentioned more than once, softball on Friday, baseball back here on Saturday. Be sure to join us in person for Heroes Day here at the CSI Baseball Complex. As Houck goes down swinging on that pitch, and there are 2 gone. Another pinch hitter for the Warriors as Logan Sturr will be the batter. Sturr got into game 1 as well. And he swings and misses at the first pitch he sees here for strike 1. And the 0-1 misses outside. Kalika working quickly. Here comes the 1-1. And that's swung on and missed for strike 2. Kalika comes set. Here's the 1-2. And that misses high. Comes the 2-2. And that misses upstairs for ball 3. Merry-go-round will be in motion here. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. And that is in for strike 3 called. Kalika picks up the strikeout. Warriors strand the bases loaded. They do not score in the 7th. They lead CSI 9-2. Final turn at bat for the Dolphins coming up.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Last turn at bat for the Dolphins on this day as they come to the plate in the bottom half of the 7th inning. East Stroudsburg leads it 9-2. One final time here today. I'd like to remind everyone that tickets are available now for the 2023 CSI Athletics Hall of Fame induction ceremony. Joe Barisi, Tony Petoza, Pat Daddio, Caitlin Flynn, Melissa Gilardi, Jordan Young going into the Athletics Hall of Fame in just over 2 weeks' time. I'll have the opportunity to be the MC at this year's event for the first time. I very much look forward to that. We hope you'll join us here at the College of Staten Island. Visit csidolphins.com/HOF for the link to purchase tickets. Food and drink included in the price of admission. The event to be held at the Sports and Recreation Center this year. As Michael Crocco will lead things off for the Dolphins here in the 7th inning. He looks at a strike. Crocco picked up his first hit of the season earlier in the game. He's 1 for 2 at the plate. Count even here at 1. New pitcher in the game for East Stroudsburg, as I mentioned before. Vincent Tsunami was warming up in the bullpen. He is in the game. And we'll look to record the final 3 outs for the Warriors. And Crocco slices one foul. Big doubleheader for the Dolphins on Saturday when they host Heroes Day. But after that, every game carries immense weight, as all of the remaining games on the schedule after Saturday will be conference games. And the Dolphins, hoping to make an appearance in the postseason for the first time as a Division II program, will need to go into those games playing their best baseball. They certainly didn't do that today, though. To be completely fair, the pitching for the Dolphins today did not allow much in terms of base hits. It was the walks and the stolen bases that really hurt CSI. More surprising than the 20 runs scored by the Warriors in the 2 games today is the fact that the Dolphins only scored twice. Still a chance for more here in the 7th, but with 1 out and the bases empty, there's a good chance the Dolphins finish this day having scored just 2 runs. And that's very uncharacteristic of this team. Two balls and 2 strikes to count on Michael Kehoe, following the Crocco strikeout to open up the bottom half of the 7th. Tsunami's pitch on its way, and that's fouled back. After Saturday's doubleheader against Alliance University, the Dolphins have 4 four-game series remaining in East Coast Conference play. I've been known to make some math errors here on the air before, but I count 16 games remaining after Saturday. We'll take a look at last year's conference standings if we can find them for baseball before the final out. I'm curious to see how many wins in conference play it took to make the playoffs last year. Now, keep in mind, the teams were playing just 3-game series in conference play last year. We'll see if we can get the standings pulled up very quickly. Looks like they have the 2021 standings, but do they have 2022? They do. So last season, the Dolphins were on the outside looking in the playoff picture. They missed the playoffs by quite a bit. They were 4-16 in conference play last year. As Nick Campese looks at a strike, and the count goes to 2-1. But the Dolphins were 4-16 against the conference last year. Lincoln was 1-18. Lincoln has already surpassed their conference win total from last season. The University of Bridgeport, no longer a part of the ECC, went 8-13. DeUville was 7-11. The 4 teams atop the conference: Mercy, Stack, Queens, and Malloy. That was in order from 4 to 1, though they did give Stack the 4 seed. Mercy had the tiebreaker. Both teams were 14-7 against the conference as Campese draws a walk. That will bring Vincent Weigel to the plate, but Malloy 16-2, Queens 15-6. Mercy and Stack both 14-7. The Dolphins will have to leapfrog one of those 2 teams to make the playoffs this year. So not an easy task. All of those teams performed very, very well in conference play last year. And that will get by, and Campese will move up to second. So far this year, Malloy 7-1, Stack 6-2, Queens 3-1, Lincoln 2-2. That's the top 4 right now. Queens and Lincoln have played just 4 conference games. Weigel takes up and away for a ball there, and the count runs to 2-1. Dolphins are down to their final out. Campese stands in scoring position over at second, and that's it out to shallow right field, and that will fall for a base hit. Campese is sent home, and he will score the 3rd Dolphins run. It's an RBI single for Vincent Weigel, and the Dolphins now trail 9-3. That hit for the Dolphins is number 6 in the game. And A.J. Vigliotti will be the batter, as it looks like Tsunami wants a new baseball. There you get a look at the RBI hit by the Dolphins' 3rd baseman. That pitch is taken up high. Vigliotti is 2 for 3 in this game. He just keeps hitting. What a freshman season he's had. That's fouled away. At the end of every season, we go through the record books. But I do know from my Hall of Fame ceremony preparation that a 6 RBI game puts him among the leaders in Dolphins history for most RBIs in a single game. Both he and one of our 2023 Hall of Fame inductees, Pat Daddio, have that in common. Each of them has driven in 6 runs in a game. Count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes on Vigliotti. CSI now down to their final strike. And Vigliotti looks at that pitch low. We're going to sign off quickly following the conclusion of this game. But be sure to tune in for softball on Friday, baseball on Saturday. And that's a great play. It's short. That was handled by Vicendis, and that will end the ball game. Tough hop for the Warriors shortstop. The final out is recorded, and East Stroudsburg defeats CSI by a final score of 9-3. For all of you who stayed with us all day long, thank you for tuning in. Again, be sure to tune in to our softball coverage on Friday. Tune in for Heroes Day if you can't be here on Saturday at the CSI Baseball Complex. And most of all, be sure to get your tickets for the 2023 CSI Athletics Hall of Fame ceremony. 6 new inductees join our Hall of Fame this year. You can catch that here at the Sports and Recreation Center on April 20th. Visit csidolphins.com/HOF to purchase your tickets. We look forward to seeing you there on April 20th. Be sure to tune in the rest of the week for more Dolphins baseball and softball. And everyone, enjoy the rest of your evening.